Hey everyone, welcome back. This is Reclamation episode. Oh, jeez. I didn't even prepare myself with the session number. Let me get the session number for everyone here.
In the
Uh,
meantime, I'm going to say we have to stop meeting like this. Look at the date and just see how far apart they are. That's how long it's been.
yeah. And I feel like we are in this holding pattern where we start out every episode or end every episode with, "You're not going to wait long for the next one because now we're back. Because now we're back." So I'll say this: I'm phony, Ray's phony. The audience can decide who's more phony, but nonetheless, it's a kind of a mutual responsibility that it takes this long for us to connect like this. So apologies, guys. It's all 135 of you that apparently watched the last episode. Did you see that, Ray?
No,
Yeah,
that's
the
surprising.
last episode, for whatever reason, I don't know if I caught the YouTube algorithm a little bit, but it has 135 views.
That's terrifying.
And
Terrifying.
I don't know why, but maybe people are hyped to catch up. The episode before that, though, 18 views.
You're on the way, bro. 17 of them were me, bro. I don't know who that last one was. No.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Um, yeah, so we are on part two. No, yeah, part two, technically session 22 of this journey. This, what do we want to call it? Oh, trial
hmm
for Isaiah. So we've had quite a run. It's turning to a head, and Isaiah has stood in front of Kafiri for crimes that were done at the top of Romy's Hill, and crimes before that, at the inciting incident in Jabaxi. So, but we ended on a note a little bit more confusing, albeit dour, with the appointment that Izal will be giving his testimony on who Isaiah is as a person and why he might not deserve a kind and courteous punishment. So, Ray, if you want to add additional details, let's do it. Otherwise, we can bounce. We can hop right into it.
Then I will start with this. A lifetime of wandering through the deserts of the Duat passes before your mind's eye as you end up in your memories reversing the time it took from the first moment you saw Izzah and the last moment you saw him. You had saved your friends from the Arch Lich Enelok in a place that both began and ended your journey in Salia, Romy's Hill. You had come very far in the in-between, despite how close you were from the beginning and the end of the journey in your quote-unquote campaign in Salia. There's a ringing in your ears as you're not able to make out any of the words Izzah is speaking to the prosecutor and the judge. As you look upon a young man who is less remorseful and morose than you last saw him. When he had introduced himself to you, he could barely look you in the eye, was barely any taller than you, despite being a half-orc. Still no taller than he was before. But on occasion, in between his testimony, he looks you straight in the eye up and down, almost as if he's trying to see something familiar in the visage of this man that he once knew, as he's not the only person that's changed in the time since he's last seen you.
Well, he hasn't changed shade, so it's a little bit different, but I understand.
No, he has not. Currently now, you see Izzah dressed in a soft, we'll say silken vest. Seems to have adorned himself with a number of Jabaxi iconography tattoos upon his forearms, crossed behind his back. And you notice something of interest. There seems to be something of a official mage scarf across his neck, marking him with the symbol of Anubis. Draped around one time with golden etching, your hearing comes back as soon as he says, and that was the moment in time when I approached the small adventuring band and asked if they would be so kind as to assist me in a very dark deed of my own past. The assassination of the son of Callus Massus. There's no audible gasp that happens in the courtroom, but there is a moment in time where Idalia, the speaker, does raise a finger for a moment. As the judge looks over towards you, with an odd look on his face. Not discontent or disgust, but almost disbelief. Based on all the things that he's heard, all the anecdotes and all the support that your friends have given you, this is the first smudge of any type of defamation towards your character that he has heard.
Besides Kafiri.
Besides Kafiri in this case. Izzah proceeds and describes a few more events leading up to what was essentially the young Udi Massis approaching your former ally, Ro, asking upon Ro to kill the shepherd of Romy's Hill, shepherd himself, wildcaller Ethaw. The whole event that went down, with Ro drawing her sword, flashes before your eyes.
His sword.
His sword. Izzah does not have a first-hand account of this situation, but you remember it flashing by in your mind. Clear as day. Ro draws his blade, strikes at Udi Massis, and his dwarven knight that was in the other room with a number of your fellow allies close by and a certain maid nearby witnessing the events. Bloodshed immediately became inevitable. You remember at some point crossing blades with the Dwarven Knight and casting the sleep spell upon him, putting him in a drowsy sleep. Eventually, investigating the mansion that it was in the Victor's Village, the sleep spell subsided, you assume, when the mansion went up in an explosion of ice. You had escaped with a number of items, the maid fleeing for her safety. The knight, as far as you know, was still inside, but Udi Massis was captured inside of a trunk. Izzah finalizes his testimony, saying, "The body of Udimassus was never found out, and I am fully willing to admit that I was the mastermind behind his disappearance." Callus Massus eventually took his blood debt from the loss of his own child on Romy's Hill many, many years later. My own relationship with the residents of Romy's Hill had become very strained, with the falling out between me and my master, Sigelfried Truax, the former Mad Mage. You see, amongst the audience orbs, a snacking Mad Mage Siggy, hearing her name being called, and suddenly, for the first time, paying attention to the case.
Respectable.
Immediately recognizing Izza and squinting profusely. The judge in question looks over towards you, Isaiah.
I look towards Izza, and I start by saying, Izza, regardless of this court case and outside of your testimony, I want to start by saying how good it is to see you after all this time, and I want to just acknowledge and appreciate the young man that you've become. It's been a long time since Romy's Hill. For both of us, our situations are different. Our headspaces are different. Our spirits are different. And so, before I respond to your testimony, I want to let you know that I do enjoy seeing you once again, even if it were to be the last time. Now, and at this point, I will start to look towards the judge and Adalia, as well as the crowd. And I'll say that regarding the testimony that Izza has brought forth to the court, my defense is a confluence of many different circumstances for how that situation played out as it did. Romy's Hill was a very tumultuous time in my life as I was figuring out not only my place in this new land, but also my place amongst this new group of people. I had to work through some difficulties with my companions. It was an adjustment, and it was until, even towards the end where we were not all on even footing and we were still trying to work through some things. That played a factor into the decisions of the day Izzo here describes. Speaking more towards me, I was dealing with some things outside of my conditions that we've already covered and are documented. I was dealing with the influence and the desires of an organization that I did not want no part in, but I was volunteered in. And that group in question was the Angel Eyes. And with their uh, the people that they had, I was doing things that were outside of the scope of my character, and I was doing things that if I were to go back and do things again, I don't think I would have done. I don't think I would have cast the sleep spell on the dwarven knight and take his armor. I don't think I would have. I think I would have been more careful with the child of what was his name? Masses. This is me
Talus
clarifying.
Massis was the father, and Udi Massis
Yeah,
was the son in question.
and with Udi Masses being in that trunk, um, I don't think I would have allowed those circumstances to play out the same. I think people, friend and foe alike, know that when I deal with these sensitive situations where our lives are on the line, uh, you know, not many people use the word relish. I don't relish in the deeds that I do. I look at them as, you know, means to an end, largely. And that end is a cause built around redemption, a cause built around altruism, and built around the betterment of others before myself. Now, with Udi Masses, that was a failure in that. But, and I look at the Adalia. Adalia, you know, you being a head of a significant network, you cannot be accountable for everything that happens within it and everyone's choices and everyone's deeds. And then I look towards the court. I think anyone can kind of agree with that sentiment. We all have professional relationships, personal relationships, familial relationships, and there are things that happen in those groups that may not always 100% align with your character. Some things that just don't align with your spirit. But life, or afterlife in this instance, still happens fast. Things happen, things get out of control, and the situation turns into something that you would have never foreseen just moments beforehand. It can happen just like that. And so when Izal, when you bring up these things that I've done or my party in question had done, similar to Kafiri, I won't stand here and say that never happened. I won't stand here and say Izal is a liar. I won't stand here and say he is defaming my character to try to win some sort of prize or try to win some favor with someone. No. Izal came here to tell the truth, and that he did. But I will also not pretend that the circumstances that led out to what happened that day were not all entirely in my control, were not all within the scope of what I believe in and what I act on daily. And with the numerous amounts of bad days and bad choices, you can pick a random person out of the jury, out of the audience, and I'm sure we can also find the choices and the days where Isaiah or Isaiah's party did something incredibly good and well meaning. And that's what I have to say, Your Honor.
The judge looks over towards Idalia and the prosecutor. The prosecutor, I should also mention, the moment you mentioned the angel eyes, a number of whispers come up throughout the audience between Idalia and the prosecutor. None coming from Idalia, but the prosecutor whispering in her ear. And a number of the guards in the actual sanctum that you're in under this water. Iza smiles when you mention them, and the prosecutor walks forward. Isaiah of Pharos. With this new evidence coming to light, and the lack of a definitive answer from the court proceedings in Salia, of little record we have, the conclusion of young Udi Massis's fate is unknown. And we are here to ask you if you know what happened to him. What was the fate of Udi Massis in your recollection?
I look towards Izzo, and then I look towards the judge, and I say, Udi Masses has passed on and beyond the Duat, and is no longer with us.
You hear in your mind the snap of a bone, Argyl's laughter, and then the stabbing sounds of a dagger entering the back of a gnome over and over and over. And Argyl just moving on casually. And you remember how poorly Udi spoke of Shepard, a man who is at best simple and protective. And you know in your mind and in your heart there is no clear answer on what was right and what was wrong in this situation. Even a man as good as Shepard and as good as you were, and maybe a man as dark as Udi was to begin with, could have done good and bad throughout their whole lives. You feel your heart forming an answer as the judge takes the testimony that is amounting from you and Iza, and it forms itself on a piece of paper that promptly disappears. For a split second in time, you see the prosecutor give off a little smile, but Adalia scowls and then straightens her face immediately.
Let him cook
Iza
now.
stares at you with interest and proceeds from the podium. The judge calls upon Iza one last time. We will need other anecdotes of the supposed forms of Duat you found on top of Romy's Hill after investigating and searching for Isaiah's disappearance with Diver Prescott. So please do not go too far, Iza. As your own lawyer just kind of starts rubbing their temples. Okay. That was a surprise. Recess. I call recess. And recess is called. You and your team are brought back into your offices, and your lawyer seems to be going through a number of documents at this moment in time.
I look at, I approach my lawyer and I set a hand on his shoulder and I say, this is probably not going the way you may have anticipated or you may have liked, but earnestly, just tell me, how are we faring amongst the judge and or jury?
All right. This is how it's going to go. From what I know, and I've never done a proceeding here, the judge has done one proceeding here himself. And I know when it comes down to a decision that's being made, it all comes down to these testimonies that they're taking from you, the accused, the testimony of the witnesses, and how the judge perceives this. You are all three essentially a jury in your own right. So, from what I know, those big, tall archer ladies that are on the outside of the compound, they are the final say in what is considered right and wrong, or should I say they're essentially the scimitar coming down on your neck if things go badly. All right? Um she's only got one more witness from what I know, and depending on who that is, things could still go our way. I was not expecting them to have an eyewitness from the Romies Hill angle, but I did prepare for a situation where, the angel eyes could be brought up, and well, there's still some more testimonies going on that are less pivotal, but you brought a whole army, so it's really hard to address all of them in time and have them all apply as potently as, let's say, Izza over there. But I know your buddy Amun here. He's pulled out recently. He gave his testimony already, but they're apparently sending him somewhere important because apparently he's very needed at a certain place, if you know what I mean, where the sun don't shine anymore.
Okay.
That's got to get fixed up. So I'm gonna be up all night, probably tonight, and I need to get ahead of this.
What do you need me to do?
I need you to maybe relax, uh, take some temperatures around, maybe even, you know, I'm I'm willing to say, like, I think the rules here are pretty loose. Go talk to whoever you want. I think that would be a very good idea. Probably not the judge. He's a bit of a hard ass. I've worked with him in other areas, but don't try to schmooze him.
Well, I don't think I have much to even schmooze him with, so thankfully that's not on the cards.
Yeah, I would say. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Like any Duat related things in places that are unexpectedly Duat?
The more you say the word, the more you kind of take the meaning out of it. So let's just reel it in a little bit. Let's keep it a little bit special.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was, talking to a man who's the most proficiently speaking undead I've ever seen in my life. You don't even look undead.
Well,
Do you know
yeah,
that? You're just purple.
I mean, that's true. But I guess, this is, I was grown from a hand, and that's why I look like this. So that's separate. In my body, it's currently being piloted by Apophis. So
Is that a metaphor? What?
no, that's just reality. So I'm just letting you know you should do a little bit better vetting of your clients because we're in this together now, pal. So there is a lot of more duat the more you keep asking questions. there was an incident at Chiraku. That was a whole thing. There is something to do. Izao mentioned an Alak and a Lich. Well, I brought it into the Duat with me,
What?
and I lost it, and I don't know where it is. Well,
He's
actually,
actually on
it
your
was stolen
witness
from
list.
me. It was stolen from me.
He's
So
actually
that,
on your witness list as well.
okay.
This
So
this is Enelok?
yeah, that's a Lich.
Don't call him.
Demi-Lich.
Don't call him. Don't call him to the witness stand. Don't do it.
Well,
I'm telling you right now.
He's annoying as shit, so I might not. But so yeah, there's a lot of Duat things that I could potentially bring up. At one point, I did ride a blade down a sand dune and went sandboarding, and that was pretty cool. I did that with one of my witnesses that I called out. I forgot their name. Sorry, let me pull up the witness list.
Believe.
Was it Hatanzi? No, it wasn't.
Hatanzi. It's Hatanzi the apostate.
Yep, Hatanzi. So Hatanzi was cool, but I want you to know this, that I brought a huge audience not to have them all testify. That's not the point of this. That is not the point of this trial. The point of this trial is to let all of these people who I may have helped or who I may know understand who and what I really am. That is what this is about. So, as long as we're delivering justice, that's all we need. I do not want to sandbag the court with, oh, hey, one time I helped an old lady walk across the road. Oh, one time I took the wrapper off of a Laffy Taffy when it was partially melted and the wrapper was kind of sticking to it. This is not me. Every little small good deed that I did, let's remind the court that I did that. That's not what this is about. This is about that day, what happened, and how do I make it right if I can make it right. It took me a long time to even accept that justice can come in the form of persisting on by existing. So if we can keep that status quo, I would appreciate it. But at the end of the day, I've already made my peace a long time ago that it can very well be over. And if that is the case, then I think I've left enough of a mark that I can be proud of, and my mom and dad can be proud of. And Horus and Osiris can be proud of.
Oh my god. All you Medjay are just too serious. Honestly, too dedicated. Listen, kid, I know nothing about Salia. Almost nothing about Salia. And I know that Callus Massus is a huge asshole and a tyrant. At the end of the day, I feel like no matter what judgment comes down to, no one's going to be mad that you killed or had something to do with killing his son. He was one step away from becoming his father, as far as I could tell. And as long as you feel that in your heart, well, they say, know thyself.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I suppose that's part of the problem, because otherwise, if Set didn't know thyself, I guess we wouldn't be in an eternal war, would we?
I think knowing thyself would have prevented a lot of Jabaxi's problems, mine included. But we're not that fun, us Medjay, sure, but we're also really helpful in a pinch. So you gotta take the good with the bad. Hopefully the court sees it like that, but I guess we'll have to see.
I hope so too. So you're good at covering my wage, right?
What do you mean?
Well, I got alimony. It's 1,000 gold pieces a day.
What did you do that alimony is 1,000 gold pieces?
No. The wage is 1,000 gold pieces a day.
Okay.
The alimony, I don't actually say my full earnings, but you got the gold for this, right? Before the worst case scenario happens.
Well, I can't talk to the judge, but when I did talk to the judge before the trial, they did say that you were the a state elected lawyer for the defendant. So I think that's something that you just have to take up with the county.
Oh, okay. I don't know who has jurisdiction in wherever we are here, but I guess I'll talk to Adalia or the judge in this situation.
I think that might be your best bet, but if they don't have you covered, I can see if I can make contact with a god of gold or something like that. And
Oh, always with the god angle, huh? Okay, all right. You better have a god angle.
uh, it's not my fault that your alimony turned out like this. Okay, so don't put that.
I'm
on
gonna
me,
make
buddy.
sure you live, and you're gonna live, and you're gonna pay me. That's how I see it. Yeah, we're gonna make a payment plan if necessary.
Just a technical correction. You can't technically make me live because I'm already dead, but I see what you're saying.
He starts going far more in depth on undead law and sentience is really the true life, and it honestly costs more if I'm actually representing undead, and proceeds to try to nickel and dime you as much as he possibly can.
Yeah. Fortunately for me, tax collectors don't go to hell.
Yeah, they come from there.
They come from there. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go mingle, and you just let me know when I have to get ready for the last witness.
He nods. What does Isaiah do for this recess?
I try and find Kafiri.
Okay, I had a feeling. Roll me an investigation check or an insight check, your choice.
An insight check or a what?
Yeah. Investigation or insight. Insight just to see where people might be located, just, generally based off of your guys' court case.
A natural 2 for a 7 on insight.
Natural 2 for a 7. You do get a little lost in this area, and the moment you start straying off, down a hall where nobody is, a black-clad, slightly armored, metal-clawed warrior climbs out of your shadow and starts walking alongside you.
I extend my hand. Hello, my name is Isaiah. I'm the defendant here.
He takes very great care not to actually stab your hand with the metal claw. This is one of the individuals you saw around Idalia's retinue, and the only people that seem to be armed with any type of weaponry that is not, another guard or something of the sort. They are all thoroughly masked in whatever type of god that they seem to be in worship of. This one does have a crocodile mask on. And you don't hear a voice, but you get a nod from him.
Okay, I proceed to keep walking while he hangs out in my shadow.
Yep, he walks in tandem with you. Seems to be just kind of keeping an eye on you.
Okay.
As you walk around the halls, you seem to find what seems to be a number of staff sections where people are just kind of like making food or making bedding set up for certain individuals that will be staying the night. Eventually, you accidentally walk into what seems to be a changing station. You promptly shut the door. That's not it. Eventually, you end up outside, and you realize that you didn't go back up to the surface of the water, but you are suddenly in the outcropping of the place, the oasis that you came to initially, and you see one of the 12-foot tall huntress ladies standing outside, not drawn, but arrow sitting in the setting of it, and just kind of turns and looks at you in your direction, and just kind of cocks her head to look at you for a moment.
I nod and I say, "Have you seen Kafiri?"
You will see the tall lady. She starts swirling a hand right in front of you, and a number of little fireflies start to light up and start guiding you back down the way you came.
I'll start following the fireflies. You would not believe your eyes. Sorry.
You were brought back to the 2000s for a minute, and then you're like, oh, Jesus, that
Gosh.
was close.
Did I already get sentenced?
Oh, where am I? Should I buy Ubisoft stock right now?
Oh my gosh.
And eventually the flies end up landing outside of what looks to be a medical door.
Mm. Is there anyone standing outside the medical door, or is it just the door?
There doesn't seem to be someone outside, but the door does have noise coming from it. Seems like things are pretty busy inside, but as far as you know, should be good. Should be open.
I look towards the man in my shadow and I say, "Do you think it's appropriate that I knock and enter, or should I leave it be?"
Nods profusely at the knock part.
Okay. I knock on the door.
You knock on the door. You see a very, very thick looking dwarvish man answer the door. Just a
Spice?
crack. Yep. Just kind of, you hear a bunch of shit getting knocked over because they turned around.
Oh god.
And obviously. And this dwarven man seems to be middling age, copper colored hair, neatly tied back and looks to be like 5 or so braids, almost pitch black skin with a shifting colored beard. As soon as he sees that it's you, he opens the door far more, and you see that this man is decked out with the essential setup of a archmage of the essentially sorceress order of what would essentially be divine. We'll say the diviners of Jabaxi, more or less. This
Okay.
is, from what you understand by reputation, Archmage Graylin Sandhorn.
Okay. Sounds good.
And he looks at you for a minute, immediately knows who you are, and he's like, "Oh, Isaiah. Graylin
Yes.
Sandhorn." Puts a hand forward.
Pleasure to meet you, Sandhorn.
Softest hand you've ever felt on a dwarf in your life.
Oh my gosh, he's lathered. Um, I would say, pardon for my intrusion, and as I understand, I don't have much time, but I was wondering if it would be okay or allowable if I were to see Kafiri at the moment.
We have her sedated for the moment, so I would say, come in. Be careful with your words. You seem to be a harsh trigger in her life. We would not wish to upset her tentative condition as we speak of it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
He escorts you in. There's a number of what would essentially be healers attending to her at the moment in time. She seems to be well wrapped up, and her face has been relatively bandaged to the point where she has one eye that's exposed but currently shut at the moment. Her jaw has taken the majority of damage, and As you know, the Duat does no favors for those who are not able to, I guess, say, manage its immortal effects upon mortal bodies. I suppose you are unique, in a sense, as you've traveled many times, but I see no effect upon your form. Gives you a slight kick in the shin, just to see. Solid.
I look at him and I say, well, your body adapts when it dies several times. Kafiri's body has not made those types of adjustments. So the tolls taken on her are different than the tolls that I have taken. But pardon me, Sandhorn, if. I mean, I guess you could stay in your room. I can't tell you to leave, but I'll just take this one small moment with her.
He gives you a bit of distance, but he doesn't leave the room. And your guard steps into your shadow again
Is
and
there a
disappears.
chair that I could sit on?
Yeah, there's a chair.
I'll sit on a
As
chair.
soon as you get close enough, the healers give you distance as well.
Okay. I'm going to attempt to do something, and you can tell me if it doesn't work. Because I know you like ruining my plans.
Yes, I do.
So, I'm going to set my arm on the bed, not on her, but just on the bed. And I'm sitting on her backside, so her back's facing towards me, so she doesn't have to see me.
I'm sorry, you're gonna what?
I'm going to sit like on the backside of the bed. Like when I say backside of the bed, her back's facing towards me.
No, it was a joke.
Okay,
You
well,
said set,
shut up.
and it triggered me.
And now you're stupid.
I know.
I'm going to set my arm on the bed, and as soon as I do, I'm going to attempt to cast Aura of Vitality at their level. And I know that this place is very finicky with how I cast spells here. But I will attempt to do that.
You cast your spell. Now tell the audience and me, which is, the audience just being our future selves, because I don't know why anyone's watching this.
Hey, this is great content.
What it does.
Aura of Vitality, third level evocation spell. It's concentration for a minute. Healing energy radiates from you in an aura with a 30-foot radius. Until the spell ends, the aura moves with you, centered on you. You can use a bonus action to cause one creature in the aura, including myself, to regain 2d6 hit points.
Then if you would, roll me 2d6 hit points, and if you would also as well, roll me a d20 with your charisma modifier.
The 2d6 is a total of 6, unfortunately.
Okay.
And my charisma check is an 11 total.
An 11 total. You notice her jaw shift in a more proper form, but the wear and tear on her Duat scars remain as a blight. You can tell that her pain is easing ever so slightly, but the amount of damage that has been done seems to be very close to permanent. You can make a difference, but you feel like to truly make a true definitive difference, it would take far more time than just this tiny amount of healing.
Yeah. It's to smooth the words coming over as I persistently heal. And so, as my arm is laid on the bedside, Um, I'll just say, while we haven't properly spoke since the last time we saw each other, which was the moment that you spoke on, I at the very least wanted to say how grateful I am that you took the opportunity to share the truth of what happened there, and that feeling within me, that gratuity, exists regardless of the outcome of this trial. Meaning, if I am to die again, I'm still allowed that you were to vocalize and live in your truth of what happened that day and what happened following that. Because that's what this trial has been for me, is just coming to terms with not only what I did then, but what I did after then. Now, with that being said, and with what you said especially, I want to tell you that I am earnestly sorry for how I handled the situation then, how I handled the situation at the top of Romy's Hill, and the impact it had upon you. I can't make excuses for how I can't make excuses for what happened in Jabaxi, for how young and naive I was with how I approached that situation and everything that fell out from that. But I am sorry for seeing you again and not giving you the kindness or mercy that I think you should have at least had an opportunity to present in a more fair manner. This, I don't think there's necessarily a way for me to make anything better, and I don't expect or anticipate forgiveness or even acknowledgement. But the very least you deserve is the understanding that if I could go back and do it over, I would do it over. And you deserved a lot better than what happened to you. A lot better than Set, a lot better than me, a lot better than the Duat. I wish you only the best for wherever you end up or where you go. And I hope it fares kinder than than the stuff that I put you through. And with that, I would take my leave. I would stand up and I would look at Greyhorn. Is that his name?
Graylin Sandhorn.
Graylin Sandhorn. I'll nod. I'll check to see if my shadow stood up, and I'll kindly excuse myself from the room. And while that happens, I'm going to roll the remaining 5 rounds of 2d6 that would have gone to Kafiri.
Okay.
8, 9,
Okay.
8, 6, 8.
I'm going to ask you to roll me, we'll just say another d20 with advantage with your charisma modifier on it.
That'll be a 14.
Okay. You have a feeling that she's going to be on her feet a lot sooner than she would have been if she was left to her own devices. Not to besmirch the healers of Jabaxi in any way,
They suck
but
dick.
healing magic from the right person or the wrong person can do the best or the worst thing in the world. I'm just saying. And they probably suck dick. There's sand everywhere, bro. We got no water for washing the hands. What can I say? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
As you leave, your guard exits your shadow, starts walking with you in tandem as well. Starts walking a little bit ahead of you, and then speaks up. I know it's not my business, and you are the prosecuted, but did you find something out there past Jabaxi worthwhile? Something beyond conflict? Or was it just different conflict?
I think the world looks a lot like Jabaxi in certain ways. I think what you are saying with the conflict, it is partially true that there are always going to be cycles of violence. The determining factor is what's its scale. Is it gods? Is it men? Armies of men? Is it small groups? Is it family? I think the difference is that Jabaxi almost chooses to stay within its own cycle. It almost indulges in itself to stay in this constant fight. It's almost accepted as the status quo and there's nothing to be done about it. I think the people in Romy's Hill believe that the end is near for their fights. I think the people of East Fulgen believe that while the damage has largely been done, there's always an opportunity to rebuild and make something greater. I think Jabaxi just needs to see that and believe that. And I think that's when we can truly flourish. But when you say that as the prosecuted, I think you can easily be branded as a heretic. So I don't really try to share that message too much. Because I think it can be more damaging than insightful.
I would like to see this place I've heard of, Eastfulgen, because it is the most different place from ours, from what I hear. It is cold almost all the time, and I think the heat makes everyone very angry. And that is why we fight amongst each other against Set's armies, and that's why the Salians are always fighting against their gnolls, when I think there could be peace. But I also hear these Eastfogenians, they fight as well. But maybe if we all traveled more, maybe we could find the myth of peace. Some people say the gods are myths, but I say the greatest myth is this peace people speak of. Sure, there's some places that are not always fighting, but I feel like larger fights are just right around the corner. And I am tired of cleaning blood off my hands.
Then,
And that is why I will tell you a secret.
then,
Tonight, tonight, that woman's family is going to try to kill you. Do not let that happen. Because I will not.
well, if the gods allow it to be, then such it shall be. But if what you desire is to see the world, and I am to live, then maybe let's have a conversation with Mowgli to see if you'd be allowed within our band.
My duties lie amongst the allegiance
You gotta
that I
get
cannot speak of.
you gotta get PTO, right?
I have much vacation time accrued, but I cannot use it currently.
Hmm.
In time, I may come to you and seek advice on places and travel, and how to speak to foreign women, like this diver Prescott.
She's a tough nut to crack, buddy. And you hopping out of shadows is
She is
not
the
helping, I'm gonna
tallest.
be honest.
It. I'm a shadow dancer. It's an art that's lost, and the most ancient of the first chair Magi are the only ones who typically get the gist of it. It is what it is, and I try not to make a big deal of it, but keeping everyone here safe is my job, and the job of many of my allies. However, some of us are more biased than others. Some of us have been raised by Adalia for a long time. She may not look it or act it, but she is a kind woman and has taken care of many orphans. However, some of us are more blinded by loyalty than others. I think you. Well, I think you would have made a good first chair, Medjai. And maybe you would have been here with me. Or maybe in Shiraku. But I will do my best to keep an eye on you.
Let's be in touch. In the meantime, where am I staying this evening?
We'll show you your room.
Okay. So there's no more court proceedings for the rest of the day?
Your lawyer will come to you and say that the recess has been extended enough to the point where it will have to be taken care of in the morning.
Okay. Then I'll tell my...
Back in your lodgings.
Yeah. Back in my lodgings.
You have a large king-size bed waiting for you.
Whoa.
Adorning it are a number of manuscripts that were gifted to you by Amun-Ra.
Oh wow. Okay. I'll look at the manuscripts.
Principles. You were familiarized with these before. Principles to understanding avatarhood. A manuscript to increase your strength by a +2 if you were to read it for essentially a week straight. Or I believe it's 75 hours. I can't remember exactly which one it was. It's been a long time.
I don't know if I know how to read.
A number of fictional anecdotes of the Tabaxi from Jabaxi. Some of the funniest ones, of course. It's one of the ones where he created the sea by essentially kicking a litter box and separating the continents of Salia and Jabaxi, which we know is the true facts of the world.
Yeah, that's true. I have read this in The Old Heart. This is what happened.
Meant to be taken as parody. Some people do take it seriously. It is what it is.
Yeah. I know of an individual named Pearl that takes these scriptures very literal.
Very.
So there's a book about gaining a +2 strength and a book of being how to become an avatar. Is that correct? And then the fantasy?
Yes. And then a number of other novels as well that are just kind of like brochures that were just randomly picked up, it seems.
Okay. I'll read if it's there.
I need to find this actual manuscript. Manual. It's essentially the equivalent of Manual of Gainful Exercise.
Okay. Can I read A Court of Thorns and Roses?
You can read a version of it.
Okay, my bad. My bad.
However, we can't afford Sarah J. Maas in this podcast.
Oh gosh, it's not in the budget. Oh damn. Okay.
No, we can't afford her. She's way beyond us, dude.
Damn, that's tough.
I'm budgeting towards Ice Spice anyways, so we can't do that.
That's true. That's true. We got to pick our battles.
48 hours. You have to spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days.
Okay.
Yeah. We pick wisely, all right?
I will pick the manuscript on how to become an avatar.
You pick up this book, and it gives you a number of examples of avatars over the long, long past. Many of them that have succeeded, and many of them that initially succeeded and then promptly failed. becoming horrible monsters in the process, in which the godly essence that they were not able to match and create energy with overcame their bodies and promptly became scourges of Jabaxi.
Hmm. I've heard about these scourges.
The last known, yeah, the last known avatar of Set, as you once heard, was Annunciata, who 30 years ago was destroyed by the forces of Pharaohs, with Idalia and a young Rashad being in the retinue of those who fought and destroyed her.
Mm.
However, personal details of this particular character are not known by the author of this manuscript.
Okay. Then I'm going to spend some time reading it, but I'm really going to try to be focusing on the fact that I'm kind of stuck here and I know that I'm going to be killed. By a family.
The manuscript does talk quite a bit about meditation, and meditating has become a very difficult thing at this moment in time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a kind of a crucial component of this operation. What does my room look like?
It's a strong focus on utilitarian things. There is a number of pots, desks, uh, essentially two different types of bells. One you associate with being a bell for room service food, and then another being for room service uh, sheets, toiletries, or anything else of the sort. There seems to be a number of papers, papyruses, quills, scrolls, books that you can write upon. There's a number of initials that have been carved underneath the desk, and what looks to be some type of honeyed gum that someone has stuck in the corner. There is also a tapestry of a very legendary moment in which the first visitors of Jabaxi had come to Jabaxi from what is described as a nation to the north. The premier individual who came to Jabaxi to teach culture and give certain rudimentary fundamentals was a dragonborn by the name of Stranger Come Knocking.
Was his middle name Cum?
It absolutely was.
All right. There's a lot of interesting lore here.
It basically shows early Jabaxi individuals shaking hands with a large dragonborn and a bunch of elves.
So the bed is facing the door, or is it facing the wall? Or what's the orientation?
It's facing the door. It's off to the back, and there is a Kurishi shade as well, so you can have privacy if needed.
Okay. Then I'm going to make a little ritual circle, complete of some chalk scrawlings of hieroglyphics tied to Horus, Osiris, and my main queen. Sorry, it's been so long that I have to remember her name. Give me a second. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Don't tell me. Hold it. Hold it. Neath. Boom.
I'll
Got
hold
it.
I'll hold.
Got it.
There you go.
Took
All
forever.
right, there you go.
Symbols of Neath, Horus, and Osiris. And in the middle, I will be in a meditative pose, but I'm going to be reading the manuscript as much as I can allowably can. because I am probably going to have to anticipate an attack of some sort. So I think I will forego the long rest until I get some susness.
That is perfectly acceptable.
And let's see if there's any spells that I can do to help me out.
You forego your long rest.
Yeah, none of these spells really last long enough to really have persist throughout a long rest or throughout the night. So I'll just do what I can. I'll raw dog the night, as they say.
Eventually, Isaiah, you hear someone knock at your door, not in the middle of the night, but right around before the time you would assume people are starting to settle down. And you see Mowgli put a little bear snout in. Hello?
Mowgli, buddy, come in.
Mowgli abruptly opens the door and is essentially unarmored, declothed, and is insanely buff
Whoa.
and is promptly flexing his lats and chest as he walks into the door sideways with
Wow.
a large tray of food.
Holy shit. Mowgli.
I I thought you would want some sustenance after a long trial and much stress and tribulations.
I appreciate that, Mowgli. Hey, just set it down in front of me. Why don't you take a seat? Let's catch up.
He does so. He slams this platter on the table, and you guys start catching up and essentially pulling some meat off of this roasted pig that he's brought along with a number of curries as well.
We eating
And
good
in
tonight.
between the bites and the gristle and fat dripping down his chin, he says, Ion is also very hungry, and she wants to know if she's allowed to eat as much as she wants, or if she has to eat a normal person's amount as to not draw attention to the fact that she's better than everyone.
She can only eat more than she's allowed if she can do it discreetly. Otherwise, she will have to wait until a lot of food presents themselves to her, wink wink, for her to consume what she normally does. But until then, she's on the same diet as you, buddy, the Ozempic diet.
You see Mowgli is kind of flabbergasted at your ability to wink and proceeds to blink repeatedly as he's trying to make one eye go at a time, but finds that he's incapable of doing so. But I will tell her afterwards how he's gritting his teeth a little bit, and you see him like with a fatty sloppy finger hold one eye shut and then like it just like rips open as he tries to wink with the other one.
Hey, Mowgli,
He's
you're
like,
doing your
ah,
best. You're doing your best,
Isaiah,
buddy. You don't have to.
Isaiah,
You don't have to wink. You don't have to wink. It's okay. It's okay.
do you think Ion can do this and I can't?
Gosh. Mowgli, do you can do way you
Don't
know
answer that.
Okay.
Don't answer that.
Mowgli, you can do so much more than Ion. You don't even know, man. She wishes she could have a sniffer like you. She told me.
When you mentioned sniffer, yeah. When you mentioned he he can hardly believe it, and when he starts sniffing, he starts sniffing the air a little bit, and he looks over towards the door, and he realizes the door is still open. And a serious look starts on Mowgli's face as he walks over towards the door and promptly shuts it. I think I smell something bad.
Do you just have a stomach ache?
I don't know if I have a stomach.
Oh. I guess I don't know if you'd have one
I
either.
don't know. I don't I don't know how I work. But that's not the point. I know I can smell things. And I smell blood. You should wait here.
I'll
And
wait
you
here.
see Mowgli grab a heavy bone from the boar and exits the door and shuts it.
Is there a lock on the door?
There is a lock on the door.
I will lock the door. And I will return to the table. And I'll write a quick little note down that says, something to the effect of, Mowgli, if you're reading this, don't blame yourself. And I'll leave it underneath the platter of food. And
Okay.
I'll return to my meditation spot and continue reading. I assume that my diet is like still pretty wonky because I'm not fully alive, so it's just like, what is humanity at this point? So I had some food, but not a lot of food. So I'll
Things going,
prioritize
yeah.
the meditation and kind of reading of this Avatar book and continue on. Now, do I smell blood?
Give me a perception check.
Oh, 14.
14. A number of things happen. There's a couple of footsteps that pass by. There's a set, oh god,
Oh, God.
of footsteps that almost pound and stop at your door, and you almost hear the door creak as if something leans against it very heavy and then proceeds to plod away. An hour goes by and you smell blood. Worst of all, you smell ashes.
I smell
But you
ashes.
don't see smoke.
Do I. I'll put my ear to the floorboards. Do I hear anything?
You hear activity. You hear what sounds like clattering, and you hear what sounds like people talking on a floor below you,
A floor below me. But I
which is quite
smell
interesting.
ash.
You do smell ash, very, very heavy amounts of ash for some reason.
If I turn my head around and look back, do I see any ash out the window?
You go over towards the window and you see what looks to be more jungle in the oasis. The walls are made of rock, but you don't see any fire. You don't notice any smoke.
Hmm.
You do see a huntress run by your window distantly at a very frightening speed. She seems to be covered in blood.
I think I'll use. I'll go back to my meditation spot and I'll extend my arms out and lean forward such that it's kind of like a bow almost. And with my hands against the floorboards and my fingers kind of sprawled out, I'm going to use Divine Sense to detect good and evil. And I'm going to sense anything affected by the Hallow spell and know the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
The hallowed spell lights up in your mind, of course. I'm going to say, as you're deep in meditation, roll me a d20 and let's see what happens.
Sounds good. Roll a d20 just flat.
Just flat.
That is going to be a natural flat 6.
6. For a split second in time, your senses open up. You cast this spell, detect good and evil. You open your eyes, and for a moment in time, you're somewhere else. Somewhere you're familiar with, and in a body that you're even more familiar with than the one you're in right now. There is smoke and ash in the air. Fire burns in caverns around you as you are below the mountain of Amun Ra near the old heart of Jabaxi, which at this point in time has come to life with shrines all around it of Jabaxi gods of old and now new because of you. You perceive from your old body, looking down at your left hand, the hand that Anubis had given you, that was cleaved from you in the past. You are seeing from the eyes of Isaiah the Old, from Apophis' point of view, as he drags the body of the old witch, ripped in half by one hand, and seems to be almost divining the location of the old heart with her corpse, as she points with one finger, and he promptly throws her away. Fire has overcome this location, and he walks towards the old heart of Jabaxi and suddenly feels a searing pain in his back. He turns around. He sees the golden clad Amun shining brightly with red light, and right next to him is your father, Rashad, donning himself Magi-like armor with a shining blue eye of Horus in his eye. You feel a smile come across your face that's not your own, but at the same time is. As Apophis smirks and says, in your own voice, "You brought a friend this time." Let me up the ante. And he digs into your chest and his own chest, rips out your heart, and puts a hand on the old heart of Jabaxi as it begins to glow, and the battle begins, and your vision cuts just like that.
Oh, what the dick. Oh, okay.
And now you know where Amun went. The smell of blood and ash is not present, and you find that some time has passed. About an hour or so.
I'm still in the same spot of the room. The room hasn't changed.
Nope. You're still in the same spot. Your lanterns are getting a little low.
Oh gosh. I'm gonna try a divine sense again to see if I can hop back in.
Okay.
Do I have to roll
Roll
for that?
me. Yeah, roll me a d20. This time it'll be harder because you're trying to do it.
We're getting in. We're getting into the matrix.
All right.
All right. Damn. Okay, that's an 8.
You made. You feel for a split second in time a searing heat all over your body. You catch a glimpse of a blue eye in a fireball that is repeatedly hitting you, and you're doing nothing but laughing maniacally. And you're gone. Back in your body.
Damn it. I'm going in again.
All right. How many divine senses you got?
I got 5. This is my 4th one.
All right. Let's go.
Damn, that's a 10.
10. You can't even make the connection this time.
Okay, divine sense again.
All right.
A 16.
A 16. Much better. In between every time you attempt, I'm going to say that there's about an hour passing. So just to make it, you're in a fugue state for a moment in time until you can actually start again. 16, though. Very good. You see within the perspective of your old self again. You see a very disturbing fact of your own heart on the ground in between what is essentially, in a way, two of your fathers. A man who has created you the regular way and raised you partially, and a man who created you in a very unconventional sense with his own evidence and blood and a deal with a genie that you still don't know the outcome of. As you know that this djinn told him, I will give you a wish, and your greatest enemy will receive one in turn. You see that Amun and Rashad's teamwork, not the best, but could be worse. They do their best to try to overwhelm him with magic and speed, but it is very, very clear that the strength of Apophis, especially in your body itself, is too much. It's too much for even them to take on.
Can
And
I
the
try to
battle
intervene?
proceeds. Do you want to?
I want to try. It's my body. I have the right to fuck with it.
How do you want to intervene? That's what I will ask you, my friend.
I want to. I want to kind of like reach out and kind of like I'm stepping into a bodysuit. I want to have control. I want to step into my old body, not controlling any of it, but I want to uh, step in, and I want to only try and control the arms. I want to kind of step in. He can do whatever he wants with the rest of the body. I'm going to try to control the arms. And if I can help or try or get control, I'm going to try to take my own arms and hands and try to blind myself in the most unsavory of ways.
Oh, I see. All right. You're in your meditative stance right now. You have cast a essentially a spell, to travel this distance and bridge the gap between the old you and the new you. You put a hand forward and you feel Neath give you strength. Strands of web show themselves on the tips of your fingers, and you match the movement that Apophis brings to light. As he goes to strike Amun, screaming curses at him, he's been talking the whole time, trying to chastise him, call him weak, saying, "You got away the first time, but this time I know how to use this body, and you will never get away from me now." He strikes Amun with an full fist and does the impossible, a 5th level smite, straight through the chest, knocking Amun unconscious for a split second in time, and you match that fist. Roll me a d20. What kind of roll is this going to be?
Um,
What will you add? What do you feel like is correct?
this is kind of a battle of spirits and knowing oneself and understanding that I'm not just grabbing onto myself with just sheer strength. It's nothing physical, but this is a grapple with the pilot of my primordial spiritual form. And so in that sense, I would say that, gosh, it's a spirit check is not even really a thing.
There are ways to perceive things. Many people perceive charisma as the spirit, but I will let you know that Apophis is a creature of charisma just as much as you are. So that might not be the best choice, but it's up to you at the end of the day. This is what you believe is correct. If you want it to be sleight of hand, you can have it be sleight of hand. If you want it to be arcana, athletics, somehow animal handling, you name the reason how and why, and it's going to happen.
I'm going to say that the knowledge of oneself and the belief and understanding of oneself goes beyond the natural wit of one's persona and personality. I would say that this check, and it's not even a check that I'm good at, this is going to be a religion check.
Okay.
And the belief and understanding of myself as a form of belief and almost as a catalyst or body through which I can channel faith through. And so I will roll with my super fat +0.
I will say, know thyself comes to mind repeatedly. You've been told this a few times in the past, and you know that your existence is the most unique thing you've ever perceived before. Your mind, your body, and your spirit belong to you, and you know that he is an intruder and an enemy in this situation. So I want you to roll with advantage.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And I'm going to have Apophis roll a saving throw.
Now, here's the question when I make this roller check. Because I said it's going to be a religion check, which is an intelligence thing. Am I using the stats of Isaiah or Adam?
Oh, very good question. I'm going to say combine them.
If that's the case, I'm got a 17 total.
Oh, okay. I'm going to tell you this right now. You caught Apophis doing something that I was hoping to be a surprise in a final encounter, that he had taken the old heart of Jabaxi and replaced it in your chest in place of your heart. And while this does give him great strength, it also gives Neath more pull in a situation. So I'm going to give him disadvantage on this intelligence saving throw. Which is very good because it was a 19 and a 4.
Ooh, he rolled really well.
And he only gets a +2. Disadvantage, that is a 6.
Oh shit. Okay. I forgot you said disadvantage. I was like a 19 +4. I was like, I'm fucked.
No, it was a 19 and a 4.
Okay.
So as Apophis, breaking the rules, doing the impossible, destroying magical law as we know it, strikes Amun in the chest, knocking him unconscious with the harshest divine smite you've ever seen without a weapon in hand, knocking Amun unconscious and essentially sending him flying into a wall. Rashad tries to rally and is caught off guard in a moment in time where he's nearly going to die. The strike is coming straight for his neck, and that's when your tethers pull the hand back. And Apophis misses, and for the first time in his life, he feels doubt. Almost like he doesn't understand what just happened. How could he miss? And he looks at his hands for a split second in time. What do you do?
I send the thumbs straight back.
Roll me an attack roll with advantage.
And while I do this, I'm going to do the softest whisper in the back of his skull if I can. And I'm going to say, I will grant you the darkness you so deeply desire. As I get a 23 to hit.
Oh, that'll hit. That'll hit. Now, I already told you that he broke the rules. Do you want a Divine Smite?
Oh, if I can level 5 Divine Smite in my own skull, I'm going to do it.
Roll me.
How many D8 is that even?
You know, that's a very good question. There's no such thing as a level 5 Divine Smite, so let's see here. Venture. So it's 5d8 at its maximum, so it's going to be an extra 2, I think? Or is it an extra 1? It's probably just an extra 1.
Question.
But,
Isaiah's an
yep,
undead creature. Is that double dice?
I was going to say it is going to be double dice in this situation.
All right. Give me 10 minutes while I roll all this dice. I actually only have one d8 in my tray, so that's very unfortunate. So give me a second. Damn. How many d8 did we say it was?
We're going to say, geez, it's going to be like, I don't think it is actually double d8s. I think it's a max of 68, so it's going to be 8d8, we'll say.
All right. And then it's just a d4 plus strength. So that's going to be 4 points of bludgeoning damage and 40 points of radiant damage.
Isaiah, you immediately blind yourself in your old body. The pain that sears from your head and your mind is dull in comparison to experience it firsthand, but almost like an out-of-body experience. You suddenly see things from the eye of Horus inside of your father's head, as you see yourself gouge your own eyes and scream in pain as you're attending towards Amun, who at this point in time just barely takes a breath. A number of ribs popping back into place. You see yourself from the perspective of others. He's done a number on your body. The effects of the old heart of Jabaxi has made your veins pulse with pure energy, unable to be held within any mortal form that would not be your own. Immediately, Apophis is on the back foot as your father starts to pressure him, and Amun gains his breath back and slowly starts chanting upon the bow of Ra. Rashad begins to hesitate, as striking at his own son is not something that he relishes. And suddenly, it looks to be a situation in which Amun is going to use the bow to finish off Apophis. You see Rashad hesitate. He looks back at Amun. He cries out to him not to do so. And Amun relents, striking him in the leg with the bow instead, knocking Apophis unconscious. The arrow stays, and the wound starts to heal rapidly, but the arrow is keeping it from fully healing altogether. The eyes, however, do not look like they're going to be healing anytime soon. Rashad begins to sweat and swear upon how old he is and how harsh this battle was. Not worth his time, but he's glad that this ended in a situation in which he didn't have to, per se, kill the perception of his son. Isaiah, what do you do now? You still feel you're linked to the body, but you know that you'll be blind if you try to take the perception again.
I can't even speak through my own voice, right? Because this body's unconscious, right?
Do you want to try?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I'll try to say, Amun, Dad.
You see Rashad take a step forward, almost eager to see you again. And Amun looks at you dubiously and immediately starts drawing his bow again, just in case. But they hear you out.
I say, try and get my heart back in here. Amun. Try to get my body back on the boat. If I can't get Apophis to leave, then maybe Ra can.
Looking through Rashad's eye, but speaking through your own mouth and moving your own body is a very difficult process to do and to keep conscience of. And as you look through Rashad's eye at Amun's face for any sign of cooperation, you see something flash in the memories of Rashad perceived by the eye in the past. You see a jinn offering Rashad a wish. As his greatest enemy, who is unknown to him, gained one instead. You see Rashad is confused by this. And he wishes to know who his greatest enemy would be. The Jinn doesn't give him an answer. Professing he has no enemies and he has no allegiance to anyone besides Jabaxi itself. So if Set has a wish, what could be done? The memory fades before Rashad can make his wish. And you see a look on Amun's face. A bloodthirsty look towards your body. And you snap back into your own. Your door is open. Blood is pooling in from the hallway. And you see a man standing in the lantern light. There's an old man sitting at the table. Bald head, pale skin, the guise of a mage. Looks like Dewlight Mage Academy archivist. His name is Huan Rasa. and he looks older and very much so has the resemblance of Kafiri. And he stares at you with burning green eyes, blood on his hands, and he says, "Do you have any last words?" Do you have anything to say before we do this?
My only request is that if your intentions are to do right by your daughter and avenge her for the crimes that have been incurred upon her, that she may be at least granted the respect of seeing justice carried out upon the person responsible for it.
My thoughts exactly. And if you would please, my friend, give me a Constitution saving throw as he mutters a power word stun in your direction.
10 total.
You feel your body tense up and you drop to the ground, unable to make any movement that is meanwhile. And he walks over towards you, a frighteningly tall man, not quite as tall as Diver Prescott, but tall enough to seem very imposing, especially standing over you in your prone position. He says, "This will not be quick. I will not enjoy this as much as you didn't enjoy what you did to my granddaughter."
I am going to be honest, all of my dog shit rolls are from the dice that I bought at TeedCon, and
Oh,
that's annoying. Because it's a good dice, too. But, anyways, continue.
I'm very sorry. Uh, he starts by putting a finger right in the temple, and you feel searing pain as suddenly your perception goes black and you wake up walking in the halls on the back of the large imposing figure that was standing in the door. Walking away from your door, you see your shadow guard ripped in half on the ground. The mask of Sobek covered in blood. You see a bear rug with a bone stabbed through the head of it, pinned in the wall. You see an orcish Medjai laying gently against the wall. No perceived wounds. Veins protruding from his eye sockets and neck. Very still.
They killed Izzo?
No, this was the Medjai that brought you down
Oh, okay.
initially into the trial.
Okay, yep, I
Uh,
remember now.
roll me another Constitution saving throw. You must
Thir-
beat a 17.
that's a 13?
Okay. You see lights from spells being launched ahead of you, but you don't see the opponents and you don't see the results. It sounds like many different magical we'll say, combatants slinging spells until suddenly the spells stop like that, and a pulse of energy is immediately apparent. The large, imposing figure lays you down, not gently, just on your face, in a pool of blood as he enters the fray and takes the forefront. Roll me another Constitution saving throw.
A natural 19 for a 27.
27. You are currently bound in what feels like chains behind your back and around your ankles, but you suddenly become capable of moving. You are covered in blood, but you assume that you might be able to wiggle a little bit.
What's the figure? What's the scene?
You get up. Give me a perception check. You have quite a bit of blood you're laying in, so you might get some all over your face.
I got a 13 on perception.
13. You look back. It looks like magic has been put off limits at this moment in time, and a number of sorcerers, wizards, and other individuals are currently fighting the shadow guard of this oasis. You hear the string of a impossibly large bow go off as someone shoots past you with a 8-foot long arrow, impaling them like a ballista, sending them back flying. You can't make out who is who at this moment in time. The blood is all over your face. You feel like there's a little bit of slack. You can move your limbs and your body a bit. You might be able to drape your arms low enough to get your legs through them and possibly get moving. Do you want to give me a athletics or acrobatics?
I'll give you an athletics check.
Okay.
I'm 10.
10. That's good enough. You're able to slip pretty easily. You have plenty of lubricant, lots of miscellaneous blood that just slips you past, even though you get stuck for a split second. Would you be wearing sandals or shoes at this moment in time?
Gosh, I was going to bed. I'm not wearing shit.
Okay, so yeah, you're basically in your sleepwear, and you're covered in blood at this moment in time. People are fighting and dying down the hall, and you see what looks to be back the way you came. A couple of the doors are starting to open up and then promptly shut as soon as they see the blood and viscera.
Um. Where's Grandpa?
Grandpa, you think he's down in the main battle over down the way that you were being drugged.
Okay. Then I am. I'm going to the room where I had my hearing.
Okay. You start hopping your way back in the direction that you came. It is incredibly slippery. I'm going to ask you for one more athletics check.
Oh my goodness, a 10.
A 10. You get a certain amount of ways until a woman comes down the hallway that you haven't seen before. She's dressed in what looks to be black nightwear. She starts beckoning you over with a hand.
While this happens, I'm going to, with my hands bound, I'm going to try to do a whistle, a pretty shrill whistle.
Okay.
And as shrill as I can make it, while that's happening, I'm going to cast Find Steed.
Oh, very cool.
And I'm going to try to see if my worm can swim down here to this underwater kind of cavern establishment.
You cast your spell and unfortunately, it fails immediately.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay, then in that case, I'm gonna also, since I have no armor, I'm gonna bonus action Shield of Faith and run towards the gal.
All right. Unfortunately, the Shield of Faith also fails.
Oh,
You
you
get
don't
the
like having
idea that
fun, Ray.
Yeah, you get the idea that magic just got, immediately EMP'd
It
in
got
this
canceled.
area. Yeah, it got hardcore canceled.
Oh,
This woman
magic got
immediately,
found with 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
yeah, exactly. This woman looks at you, doesn't really know how to touch you or grab you because you're covered in blood, but starts walking you into her own room and then promptly opens up what looks to be a servant's passageway and starts walking you down the stairs one hop at a time. As soon as you guys start making your way down there, you promptly hear the door behind you that was the initial entry point shatter, and a large thudding figure that you assume to be that dark silhouette that was previously there is looking for you and perceiving whatever he can to find you. And you have a feeling you're covered in enough blood that it's not going to be too long.
I'm going through the servant's passage, and I'm going to. I guess I'm just going to keep going. I have to keep going. I don't
Okay.
really have equipment to even hold my own in a modest manner.
You see this woman, she's, doing her best to get you down, but she starts to really start show some signs of fear, and she starts to weep at the thought of this large figure making its way down here.
I say, "Hey, deep breaths, deep breaths. Let's keep it together and come with me. Ignore the blood. Shut your eyes. Let's get out of here." And I'm going to pick her up, hoist her, and I'm going to try to run through the servant's passage with her and just try to get the hell out of here. There's
You
not
got
really enough much of a window to have a panic attack, so we just got to keep it going.
Yeah, you got little hops going, or a little gate going on as you hear the service entrance door get ripped off its hinges and revealed, and you hear the prodding footsteps of this large person coming down the hallway. I want you to roll me a perception check.
I'm rolling a perception check. That's a 9.
You see what you think is an exit from this servant's quarters, and you push it open, and it looks to be literally just a closet full of supplies. You try the next one, it's nothing. There's actually no door. You get confused. You trip a little bit here and there, catching yourself against the wall as this plodding figure is making its way down. You're losing more and more of the blood that covers your feet here and there, but it's slowly gaining on you.
Do I know? Do I? Is it like a straight like hallway? Do I see like an end?
It's kind of like a spiral staircase going down.
Okay. Then, in that case, oh gosh. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. I keep going. I just keep going, and I'll try the next couple of doors. I'll take the risk.
All right. I'm going to roll a d20 for the large individual. You hear what sounds like 300 pounds of pure muscle hit the stone for a split second as it slips on your blood.
Good. Good. Perfectly planned.
Rolling a 3 on a dexterity saving throw
That's a really yeah. That's tough.
as a bunch of meat suddenly slaps above you, and you're like, oh, thank God.
We're keeping it pushing. We're running with this whole lady, and
The lady seems to be gaining confidence from you. Your aura of fearlessness starts kicking in, and she starts leading you what looks to be into a similar corridor from which she first grabbed you. And you see what looks to be another set of servants and ladies down the way.
Down the way, like how far? Gauge? Can I tell?
We'll say 80 feet.
Okay. Um, me bloody holding this lady. I'm just gonna scream. We need to get out of here. We're under attack. And I'm going to just start running towards them and say, "Yup, everyone, start going. Yes, I am covered in blood. Yes, we do need to keep going."
Roll me an insight check.
I'm rolling an insight check. Damn, fuck this TeamCon dice. The lady was so nice too. That was a 14.
A number of these women, they have a range of ages. Most of them, I would say, are younger. One in particular seems to be what is, we'll say, a matron of this sect of women here. And she beckons you into a room that is full of documentation. The woman that was brought with you, in this case, who is now covered in blood as well, is promptly brought further down the hallway as to possibly lead this person astray, as you're left alone with a number of younger, possibly patrons or servants. You're not really particularly sure, but they immediately silence every weeping individual they brought across, and they immediately douse all the lanterns and lights. The thudding individual makes their way further down, past you.
I'd like to equip myself with a cast iron pan if I can.
Yes, you can find a cast iron pan, which would be a prompt weapon.
Thank you.
You essentially have a +1 club.
Yes, thank you. Okay, then if this is where we're at, servants' quarters in the dark, then I'm going to hide. I'm going to try to find a closet of sorts.
Roll me a stealth check. You don't have disadvantage as you are not armored at this moment in time.
Oh, that's actually not that bad. That's a 15 flat.
15. And I will promptly elect a short break for us at this moment in time.
Sounds good. And so I am hiding in the kitchen with Celia's Doom's most legendary weapon, a greasy cast iron skillet.
You have this skillet. You're in a room full of documentation. Looks to be records, possibly. And there is a number of very studious and in-charge women at this moment in time, armed with cutlery, a rolling pin, what looks to be a hand crossbow, and a large book. None of them seem to be on edge, but ready.
We're locked in. We're ready. We're ready. We're hiding. Let's see him come in here.
Eventually, many footsteps go past. And you hear what sounds like a familiar knock on a distant door. And then another knock, a little more distant. And then another knock. And eventually, the same knock that your father's friends and Idalia's friends used to make their presence known to you on the door that you're hiding in.
Does Kafiri's grandfather count as Adalia's friend? I don't know that, actually.
You can at least assume they are contemporaries. They have influence in Jabaxi at large, so they know of each other. You don't know if they're friends.
Okay, okay. But did it sound like 300 pounds of metal that just slipped on blood heavy?
No, it didn't sound very heavy like that.
Okay. I will peer out of the door to see who it is.
You look, you crack the door open, hand in hand. The smell of crispy butter still remaining on it.
Nice.
You look outside, and you see a bunch of Medjai waiting outside the door. And as soon as you open wide enough, they whisper in, "All is clear."
Target acquired. I step out of the closet again.
You step out of the closet. You don't recognize this Medjai. And as soon as you do, the illusion disappears. Suddenly, the group of them vanish, and this mage with a horrible, pallid, bony skull points a finger in your direction. And as soon as he does so, one of the shadow dancers comes out of his shadow and cuts his head off.
Oh gosh. So all of them are the ops except the shadow dancer.
Yep, he tagged along, and suddenly he says, "No, now all is clear."
Oh, so it's just one of them. Oh.
It's just one.
Okay, good.
It's just one.
I was ready to get into initiative with just the cast iron skillet, man. I was ready to do it. I don't think I'd last long, but I'd do it. Um, damn. Okay.
Yep, you guys went low enough that if you would have checked, magic was available on this floor. So you are now in the clear. This shadow dancer brings you and all the ladies back up to the upper floor, and you see a number of casualties and a number of arrests. Unfortunately, the huntresses are a little too large to fit in the hallways, but they are able to shoot from certain vantage points. And you see what looks to be a number of, we'll say, criminals that have been arrested at this moment in time. You do not see the old man.
Can I? I'll just. It's not that big of a deal, but I'll take a look at the Medjai that was in disguise. Is there any way that can help me? Is there anything on him that can help me ID who he is, who he was affiliated with, anything like that?
I will say that you saw this one before in the past. This one rolled in with the retinue of Adalia when she first arrived, and seems to be rather close to her in usually position and location almost at all times. Yet he tagged along with this particular dark mage of sorts and used him as a scapegoat to essentially help and find whoever he could. You believe this is the Medjai of the first seat that has a neck piece that says, "No law can stop my judgment." Is also adorned with the Talon gauntlets and has what looks to be a Horus mask upon him.
I'll take the necklace that says no law can stop my judgment. Pocket that. Um, I'll look around and I'll just say, thank you everyone for your assistance today. Uh, and I'm deeply sorry to those whose lives were lost and whose friends and families are impacted by this horrible attack, ambush, assassination attempt. I don't know what word you'd want to attach to it. All I simply wanted to do was make things right. And if that ended with me dying, I was fine with that. But this, at this time, it seems so out of place. And regardless, I'm sorry that I brought this to you. I am sorry. And I will excuse myself again. If a shadow dancer wants to follow me, that's completely fine. Um, and I'm just going to check in on Kafiri's room.
As you go over to the sanctuary where Kafiri was, you immediately hear the dwarven mage from before screaming at the top of his lungs. This is your fault. You knew this was going to happen, and still you did nothing to change it. You knew they were going to come and kill them. You knew they were going to try to take his life. All you had to do was hand her over to her family, and this would have been fine. And suddenly you hear Adalia speak up. It was their choice to come here on this day and make war with their own people. I cannot say anything I would have done would have changed the fact that they wanted his blood. We need a new judge. So I suggest you start looking. And Idalia walks out of the sanctuary and almost abruptly into you. She looks frighteningly different from the regular presented self without any makeup on. She herself is rather pale of skin, not getting too much sun, being adorned in the mantles that she dons. But her eyes show a sign of age that you should be warned of. Almost a sign that the older I get, the less I care. Or maybe the less I can feel for others. And she looks at you and says, I apologize, Isaiah, for the attack of Kafiri's relatives upon you, and many of the people here.
I look at her and I say, I understood why they were coming for me. Ultimately, I don't necessarily feel deserving of an apology because I am still here. But there are tens of us that are no longer with us when this was supposed to be a court proceeding underwater in Jabaxi's chosen place. And yet somehow they yet managed to pull off an attack on this scope with this severe of consequences, and all you have to say is, I'm sorry? So, what assurances can you provide? Not necessarily me, because I've made peace with I may be dead by the end of the day tomorrow. Maybe I'll walk out of here. Regardless of the outcome, I've accepted it. But what can you do to assure the people of Jabaxi that court proceedings and justice is allowed to take place without interruption by violence and massacre?
He looks at you in a new light. I will do exactly what you have done. I will carry on, and I will assure my people who have been wronged that justice will be brought to those who wish to defy it. Even those among our people tend to sway from the persuasion of what is right. Is that not the hot-blooded nature of those of the Jebaks? You
What
yourself are in a position of dubious nature, peering at you, looking you up and down. Perhaps there is a better place for a conversation as this, in a much more suitable state of being, looking at all the blood upon your person. I would ask of you to hold your tongue for now. Come to my domicile and speak to me. And enjoy the rest of your night. And walks away promptly.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
Give me a perception check.
Not gonna use the shitty dice. Ooh.
This is a very important one.
Oh, well, doesn't matter because I got a 6. Still got fucked over, Ray. The dice, not my favorite today, I don't think.
There's something odd about her. She is a unique character in herself, but you've met a number of individuals and leaders throughout your life. She has a lot of marks that are similar to those. She seems less personable than Aslam Darai was, less approachable than Shepard. She doesn't dislike her people, but has an understanding and maybe a slight contempt for the way that they behave. But she looks rather young in visage, except for her eyes, which look ancient. And you recall Amun saying she needs to go. I've seen people like her, and it's time for a change in Pharos. And then you think about Amun, and you think about the wish, the blood he gave up to make your body from your old hand, and you think about the opposite going to your father, and suddenly you hear inside the sanctuary, that fucking bitch! As the dwarf's anger is proceeding at a higher temper. And you hear something scatter, and you hear him promptly pick up everything he just threw.
I look over to the dwarf and I say, how is Kafiri?
Oh, she's fine. She's fine.
Does she know what
There's
happened here?
That's not for me to say.
Let's try to save her from the news as long as we can. I think this today has extracted more than enough of a toll on her, and I think the last thing that she needs is to be delivered the news about what has transpired here. So, if you can honor that and maybe have some of the other Trabaxi medics honor that, I think I would really appreciate that.
The last thing we need is to be fighting amongst our own people. The sun is gone. Set has left the deserts. He's marching on us. And the wizards of so many guilds feel the need to make war with you and me and Idalia for the sake of what? What will there be if we don't unify, Isaiah?
I can't unify until I'm past this trial, but I do concur that the plates that Jabaxi rest on are greatly unstable and are at the mercy of very powerful forces that are making very powerful moves. I can't help that. All I can help is the result of this trial. So let's worry about Set and other forces come tomorrow if I make it that long.
The judge is dead. Killed in the crossfire. I must spend some time searching for a new one. In the meantime, the huntresses have their testimonies. I would get what rest you can in the night remaining. Trial starts up as early as possible. Idalia still has her final witness.
Shall I wait
I'd
for
tell
the
you to
final
make
witness?
peace, but you're I'd tell you to make peace, but you already have. What'd you say?
I said, am I gonna have to wait for the new judge before we can continue with the trial?
More than likely. Take your time, get your speeches in order. I will return in hours.
All
And
right.
you see him start to draw a chalk circle on the ground.
As I walk
And
around the.
promptly tell
Sorry, go ahead.
Yep, he promptly teleports out.
Okay, good. I'm gonna walk around the space since this kind of has drawn obviously a big kerfluffle and has drawn attention more than probably desired. I'm gonna make a perception check to see if I notice anyone that I didn't recognize earlier during Izza's testimony that looks like they could be the third witness.
Make an investigation or perception check.
That is a 7.
As you find what seems to be Idalia's side of the compound, you're looking over to who you can find to see the witnesses. And you promptly walk into Izza. Hands behind his back, he's bare chested at this moment in time. He seems to be wandering the halls, has a bit of blood on his pant leg as well, and is staring you, looking you up and down. Well, if Siggy could see you now, or if she could pay attention to see you now, she would be delighted that you join her in being purple.
Oh, she would have a hoot about it. Personally, I don't relish so much in the new appearance, but that doesn't mean I don't appreciate her finer indigo hues. Um, Izao, I want to thank you for speaking your truth today on trial, for coming out here to speak on it. Um, and I did mean everything that I said back there, that I do wish the best for you and for everything in Romy's Hill. I can't undo the bad, and I can't guarantee to do more of the good for you. But nonetheless, seeing you here right now, and I nod my head a little bit, and I look at him, and I just set my hands on the side of his, like, right by his shoulders, but not on his shoulders, and I say, I am I am proud of how far you've come. And I think Shepard would be too.
He looks down, smiles, and pats the hand that you placed on his shoulder. I have not forgotten what you said about the curse of the dead and my sister. And I feel like I spoke the truth that was needed for your salvation, whatever it might be. I think my father, if he were alive today, would like to have been part of this trial, and I think his testimony would have done you wonders. I will say that this persecutor is seeking your death in every which way she can, but interestingly, I feel like Idalia is uncertain. I've spent a few years here in Jabaxi now, learning your ways and learning how to serve the dead better, but I will say that your disciples of Anubis are odd. Very odd. They put a lot of deal in numbers, which is not something you would expect from those who care for the dead. But I do have serious matters I wish to speak with you. Will you accompany me?
Yes, walk with me, please.
Iza brings you over to a large, we'll say, similar to the courtroom itself. You guys proceed underwater, and he brings you over to what looks to be a self-made map of the world, as Iza knows it. And he points up to Romy's Hill, the peak of the mountain itself. When you disappeared, Diver Prescott came back. She was eager to try and find any signs of your possible survival. And I told her that my master, Siggy, at the time, who was going through her dunamantic issues of aging rapidly in every which way direction, that I would be her guide in this moment. And we found at the peak of the mountain where Tangith had told us you had found and fought with uh, Faden Ward. And a certain sea hag known as Nobaz, along with a little kerfuffle with Fredwell Paddock with Tangath Toborn.
Yes.
At the peak was your friend Kafiri, and more importantly, right here, and he circles a very important part, a shrine to the gods of Jabaxi, covered in duat. Now, that was the first sign that we saw of it, and based on the reports, it was only so big. When we had arrived, most of the peak was engulfed in the duat, along with much of the inner part of the mountain where Enelok had this heart where maize was stored. Duat has pervaded and spread all over the mountain, releasing all kinds of wonders and horrors, we'll say. I eventually came in touch with Adalia and a number of your mage guilds. And once they arrived, and he looks around a bit for anyone listening, it got worse. And the more and more we looked for them and perceived these scars in the duat, the more and more they showed up, Isaiah. I don't know exactly, and I don't want to point fingers, but I feel like Adalia had some type of interest in this.
When's the last time you've been to the top of Romy's Hill?
2 years ago.
This is compelling enough to investigate at the very least. It's not something that I can necessarily address in the trial because I can't throw declarations towards Dahlia about things that she may have or may have not have done, whether intentionally or unintentionally. But I want to let you know that when I think about my future, if I make it past this trial, Romy's Hill and its well being is in my mind. And if the Duat is infecting Romy's Hill and Salia at large, then it is up to us, the people, and or the gods of Jabaxi, to right those wrongs. And so, while I can't promise a short-term solution, I may not even be able to promise a midterm solution. But if I were, God willing, allowed to keep wandering, then surely I will try to assist with the scars of the Duat that infect Romy's Hill. But as far as Adalia, I think there is something going on with her, something that she's not disclosing, and I think it's taking a toll on her more than she would care to let on. And you have to be careful when someone's put in that type of position, because they either become more apathetic, or they become more callous, or in the worst case, they become more desperate. And so we have to be careful. I mean, tonight is a perfect testament of just how quickly the situation can change.
You see him gulp, a bead of sweat on his forehead, and he angles himself a bit closer to you. The laws of Jabaxi and Salia are different from one another. Magic does not work the same way for me as it does for your mages. That has become very clear to me in my tenure here. And to say that Idalia is becoming desperate might be shorthanded in perception. There's one thing that I do know. It's that the Angel Eyes have always been adverse towards anyone from Jabaxi venturing forth in Salia. That's been apparent since day one from me. Even me returning from these lands was a bit of a complication between us. And then he waves a hand in front of the map and he shows you thousands of scars of Duat across Salia. In the Manatide Isles, in Iswa, and down in the south where the war with the Knolls is partaking in Rubeb. Past Callismassus' city in Akranon, most of the scars of the Duat being in the south, actually. Very desperate.
Hmm.
But
Much.
you're back, and he slaps you on the shoulder. You'll see us through.
Yeah, well, first I gotta get through this trial, and then I gotta depurplify myself, and then we can see what we can do.
How does one depurplify oneself? As he squints, and you guys fall into a little comfortable banter. What does Isaiah do with the rest of his night?
I do have to talk to Adalia.
Okay.
But I would
You knock.
tell Izal about my condition, about
Okay.
how I don't have my original body at the moment.
That is most concerning to him.
Yep. I'll let him know that a primordial figure,
He writes it all down.
has evicted me from my original body and is currently inhabiting it. Although the fight back for my body is a work in progress. And I will be seeing this individual in the imminent future once I make peace with the crimes that I've committed.
Promptly, everything's written down. Is
He's invited.
Okay, yeah.
He can join the play.
Izza will come with you.
He can join the
You
play.
guys promptly knock on the door of Adalia, and a shadow dancer, first seat of the Magi, opens up the door, looks at both of you, nods, lets you guys in, and you see Adalia reading your book of Thoth at a table with prompt lighting. And as soon as you guys enter, she moves a hand, and for a split second in time, Isaiah, you see the same strands that came from your hand come from hers as they manipulate the door shut and 2 seats pushed forward from the table for both of you to sit in.
I sit down. Fuck. What's going on? Fuck. Okay. Okay. Adalia. I'm here to inquire to discuss the court proceeding. How are you feeling it's going? Is it what you expected it to be? And how are you feeling the rest of it will go?
Without taking her eyes from the book, she turns a page and says, "The huntresses never make a mistake. I know this personally. Rather well. For 200 years, I have been alive, Isaiah. That is far longer than any human woman should be. And the older I get, the harder it is for me to accept the mistakes of the younger generation. And I know that might be a difficult thing to perceive from your point of view. Somewhat of an old grumpy thing to say. But I need you to understand that what I want for Jabaxi is of utmost importance. You are aware of very secret history that is not privy to almost anyone else other than Amun and possibly your friend Ion. You are aware of the histories past of Jabaxi existing elsewhere, correct?
I am aware.
Close your mouth and sit down. This is going to be a long conversation about the importance and the cycle of life and death. She goes on a slight rant of the cycle of hatred between Set, who was previously the god of foreigners, who was meant to take the Ark after Ra retired, and promptly slaying his brother, throwing Jabaxi into a dark age for quite a long time. Until Horus proclaimed his claim to the throne, in which case Set had made a deal with many demons over the years to bolster his strength and battle back Horus, which Adalia was firsthand in usurping and stopping over 200 years ago, essentially landing her in her placement of speaker. And as you know, no one from the Nine Hells has set foot in Jabaxi since the days of old. None of this is surprising to you. You've seen plenty of crazier things in your days of adventure. Izal in himself has seen a thing or two as well.
Yep.
I want you to understand something, Isaiah, finally looking up from the book, bookmarking it and laying it on the table. I know Set very intimately.
Whoa.
More so than anyone should.
Whoa.
And I know one thing about him that eventually becomes commonplace in anyone amongst his brood that survives long enough. You always feel like you can cheat him, and he will give you many, many desires, and he'll lead you in a position where you feel like you have him in your grasp. And then he destroys you. He drives you so low into the ground that you find yourself begging for more of his power. And he takes you, and you become one of his jackal-headed freaks. A knock at the door. You see the shadow dancer who's been waiting at the door the whole time, listening to your conversation, open up, and two members of the Sons of Set walk in. Idalia shuts the door with a flick of her finger, and two more seats open up at the table. You're not the only one who has fallen in life, Isaiah. And I told you I understand him greatly. These two Sons of Set promptly take off their helmets, and they take off their armor, laying them off to the side. And they sit down. Set is not the only one who can deceive. Both of these disciples look pale and sickly. They look at you with absolute fear. He looks just like him. Just like Isaiah. And Idalia smiles. What do you have to report? And the two disciples, they look over at Idalia and they hand her some scrolls. Less than a week. He'll meet Pharaohs in less than a week. And Idalia goes pale as she begins to read. A third one enters the room. This one far more casual than the rest. Idalia does not pull a seat out for him. He drops his helmet, he drops his cape. You see him wiping oil from his hair, turns it a different color. And he looks at you. Dropping his helmet on the ground. You look like Rashad. This particular member, tan skin, different from the two pale contemporaries. He has markings under his eyes of a black sun. And he looks at everyone else taking a seat, and okay, I guess I'll stand. Idalia, it's over. I'm never doing this again for you. I know that you think it will be wise for us to have more spies. There is no point. Set is upon us. He has the sun, maybe not under his control, but I know that it's on his side at least. They will run wild with it. People are already fleeing Pharos to the west just to get the sun back. They are sick. Idalia stores the scrolls away. Your trial will be in a few hours, Isaiah. I suggest we finish it promptly.
I look at her and I look at the soldiers in the room and I'd say, I'm outnumbered and outarmed. If it's Set's whims and his desires that you serve, then why not end me right here, right now? What's the point of a trial?
Oh. No, I don't serve Set. I hate Set. I once did, many years ago, when he promised me things. But Horus is the only true king of Jabaxi that I will see set on the throne, ironically. These men have spent a long time amongst his disciples, but this information is not quite enough for us to have a valid defense against him. Set wouldn't just march upon us as if he could take Pharos in front of the Medjai. We need to call back Amun and Rashad. And you see the sun-faced disciple immediately perk up at the mention of Rashad. He is returned. Yes, the rumors are true. Isaiah, this is Abek the Northhawk. Abek, this is Isaiah, son of Rashad. And he looks at you, and he smiles.
Hello, Abek.
I never thought I'd meet you again. And he puts a hand out, and unlike many of the disciples of Set, his hand is warm. And his demeanor rather friendly.
I'll shake it.
I had met you once when you were very young, and I was not a Medjai then. I was at a barbecue at your house.
Oh.
You actually poked me in the eye.
Oh.
With a stick.
Oh. Well. That makes 2 tonight. Anyways.
What?
And,
yeah, Abek just kind of, what? Adalia starts reading the Book of Thoth again, and looks at you, Isaiah. Now you understand a little more about me. I would like to know something about you, Isaiah.
ask away.
Who really and truly is your patron god? Horus speaks in my ear, but he did not tell me about you until you were revealed to me to be alive.
I contemplate the question. And I say, when I think about the gods, I think about my beliefs. And my beliefs have changed over time. Um, for a long time, I truly believed in death or post life. And I had a pretty strong connection with Osiris, as he was the person, god, by which I got my second chance. Horus was my god, my patron god, but I never felt like I was serving him per se. I've always felt like I was making it up to him forever since that day. And that wasn't a dynamic that I think either of us really appreciated. We could call it less than ideal. But that was my punishment, and that's how him and Osiris saw befitting. And so I served. But recently, most recently, across my journeys across the Duat, I discovered or defined a faith, an ethos inside me that I couldn't quite describe. And you just asking that question kind of best put it for me, which is I believe that I am for everyone. And when I think about the God that represents being there for everyone, I would describe my patronage, or more so matronage, with Neith. Neith has allowed many opportunities, many possibilities, and I've only been allowed to get this far on this journey because of her. Now, circumstances changed. Those circumstances changed when I got this and I looked down at myself, this form. But my report for you is that I'm working on hopefully getting this form back once I make it through this trial. And thankfully, Amun and Rashad are assisting on the matter. And I look back to Abek and I say, but I do fear that they are in grave danger because my original form is in the possession of something far more nefarious than I
We
can.
are well aware of him.
Good. Then I don't need to tell you more. We're already in alignment. I just know that Rashad and Amun were most recently dealing with him, or at least attempting to, from what I could vaguely make out.
One week is all we have to prepare for an assault on the capital of Jubaxi. Set is more than likely after the pyramid. And if he already has the Ark, we have to consider what we have. Abek looks at Adalia. Delay the trial. No. Adalia snaps the book shut. We will not delay the trial. The trial will finish. And Abek looks at her and he says, "You're going to give up one of our best warriors for the sake of a trial. This land may not survive a month from now. I gave up my cover. I can't go back. These two are going to be hunted to the ends of Salia."
I look at
Abek looks at you. You look at each other.
yeah, lock eyes. Go ahead.
Ask for a delay. Suspend the trial. Idalia looks at you. Fire in her eyes. Do not ask for a suspension, Isaiah.
I look over at Abek and I'd say, Abek, if I was standing right there and I had just seen what I had just seen, and I revealed what I had revealed to Set, I would be saying the exact same thing. What I need you to understand is that what's on this trial and on this line is a lot more than just the life and death of a man named Isaiah. What's riding here is in some form of way the spirit of Jabaxi. We need justice so that we can move on and that everyone here can make peace with what has occurred here. The trial will only just be a day, ideally. While a day is expensive when we're talking about a week's worth of time, we have to make do with what we have. And unfortunately, the invasion that occurred here tonight really interrupted proceedings that we would have otherwise liked to have occurred.
He looks at Idalia. You have to stand down as speaker. You have to stand down. If he has more influence with the gods, elect him as speaker temporarily. Idalia scoffs at him and says, "That won't matter at this point. After today, neither of us can garner that much support. Many of the mages' guilds have turned on us, I'm sure. Some of them will still provide us support. Sandhorn amongst them. We have Chiraku, we have the Divine General. We have Rashad, we have Amun, we have Mowgli. And you are flabbergasted at her mentioning Mowgli.
Because he got stabbed in the wall.
But he can always come back. He can always come back.
You keep fucking playing with my heart.
I have the Rod of Tahuti. Now I have the Book of Thoth. We have a chance. You see Abek swallow hard.
Nice.
He looks you right in the eyes, Isaiah. among your witnesses is a traitor. And I can't be sure who.
Hmm.
I'm telling you, call for a suspension on this trial. And he promptly stands up and walks out. The other two disciples of Set look at Adalia and they say, Are we. Are we. Do we have a pardon? If you fight in our armies and you survive, you have a pardon. Both disciples look at each other and they bow their heads and exit.
I look at Adalia and I'd say, before I dismiss myself, I have a favor to ask of you.
What is your favor, Isaiah of Jabaxi?
May I see the book that you have in your possession?
You may have this piece of evidence for the trial, as it is amongst your possessions. And she hands you the book.
Thank you. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and I certainly don't know what happens in the next week. After the information you've told me today about your past, I thank you for your honesty and your transparency. And I hope what pain you may be going through you feel better with. And the plight that you've undergone, you see fulfilled. And I hope that in the end, you feel redeemed for what you've done. And I'll walk out.
Roll me a perception check
Ooh,
as you proceed out. And give me one with advantage for the speech.
ooh, that's good. That is a 19 total.
19 total. When you mention redemption, you see anger rise in her eyes, taking a toll upon her demeanor. For a split second in time, you perceive the weave of magic and divine energy all around you. You've seen it when you were in the duat in your form of a spirit amongst the people, and you were able to touch and possess them for a short period of time. Every single person had a strand moving them, adjusting them, existing amongst them. You look at Adalia for a split second with the clearest vision you possibly could generate at this moment in time, and you see thousands of strands of weave emitting from her in every which way direction. But the alarming part is when you see all of the strands coming from Pharos. You feel it within your body manipulating her. And you feel the strongest sense of energy, almost like a death tumble of two individuals grabbing upon each other, the essence of Horus and Idalia intertwined in such a strong way neither of them can pull each other apart, and it is fueled by pure hatred for one particular individual.
Man, don't you love when you and the homie just hate someone together so passionately? Gosh, there's nothing better than it. Anyways,
The bond of an avatar, so strong and bonded through hate for one person, is laid before you, and you know right now, in your heart of hearts, if you are to become one, this is not the way.
yeah, this is not the way.
And then her demeanor shuts, she stabilizes, and she relaxes again.
Shit, maybe Horse just doesn't fuck with me. All right, anyways, that's something to think about. I'll leave.
You think about the difference in between seeing the eye of Horus and how it manifests in your father's visage, and how you've perceived Horus in the past. While he is righteous in his own right, he was never quite as hateful as you perceived him in that moment in time.
Yeah, yeah, that's
But that's how it is.
sometimes your relationship with God is what you carry into it.
Entirely.
I will go back to my quarters with the Book of Thoth.
You go to your quarters, you have the Book of Thoth. Her bookmark is still in it.
I'll open up the book and I'll read what she was reading.
You read upon a very high level spell. A spell that you were interested in
A
the
ni-
past.
a ninth level freak off. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yep, exactly. uh, you see a spell of shifting the lands.
Mm, interesting. Okay.
It's a lot of wizard work, so it's hard for you to perceive. If you want, you can give me an Arcana check to try to have a better understanding.
I think I'll leave the bookmark there. I won't try to interpret it now. I don't think that's the
Okay.
priority. I will flip through the Book of Thoth. And is there anything? Can I ask the Book of Thoth and it can give me information?
Yeah.
Okay. With my quill and some, we'll say some nice lavender ink, I'm going to ink into the book a question. The question will be, who is the traitor amongst my party?
The book shuts and then opens. Someone who means you no harm and is close to you recently.
Someone who means you no harm and has been close to you recently. So, follow up question I'm going to write in the Book of Thoth. So, we talking in riddles now? Question mark? No, I'm just kidding. I didn't write that down. Someone who's been close to you recently.
You feel in your mindscape.
The dwarf? Fuck. No.
You don't know.
Hmm.
In your mindscape, Neith makes her presence known. And with what little energy she can, she puts a hand on the magic that is Isaiah and pushes gently to try and begin your training.
Put the Book of Thoth out. I'm going to write on a new page tips and tricks on becoming an avatar. And then with my avatar manuscript, I will begin the meditation of reading the avatar book. 2 books, 1 ritual circle, all meditation.
The remaining hours before the trial fly by in a blur. You and Neith, an invisible barrier between the two of you, place your hands against each other and try to create a connection unseen in avatars known to Jubaxi. Hours go by. Finally, a spark. And you get the full essence that is this minimal amount of Neith, and it is nearly overpowering. It takes everything in your essence to keep a hold of who you are. The book tells you to be selfish. You can't invite too much in, and you must make yourself known. And suddenly, you're at the podium. Sandhorn has taken the place as judge.
My guy.
Your defense attorney has a black eye.
Oh.
He looks at you with a smile. Missing a few teeth, but he's good. It's a rough night. It's a rough night. And Idalia, back in a different type of getup. Lots of dark makeup with golden flare upon her face. You see Abek amongst the protectors in the crowd. Your mother is not spectating any longer.
Damn.
You see Diver Prescott in the place that she once was.
Okay. Whoa. Okay.
The prosecutor, sporting a bandage around her head and a sling for one of her arms, calls upon the final witness that Idalia had. As you and Neith continue your exercises in your mind, you make a spark, which is a start. But you have a feeling that it's going to take a lot more desperation between you and her to truly make something powerful and more than just a light show.
Mm-hmm.
And you have 6 days to do it. You think about Amun and whether or not his ribs will ever heal correctly.
Yeah.
And that dark look on his face as he took in Rashad's request. And you think about the wish he made to bring you back. And you think about the wish that your father made as it walks into the room right before you in the form of the final witness. Lieutenant Sylvan.
Oh, God. Are you. Are you shitting me?
He takes the podium.
No, he doesn't. He's dead. You dementia ridden fuck. We spent how many sessions? Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's dead. We covered this. It was in the backstory. It was laced up. Is he a zombie? Be honest. Tell me. What's he look like? Does he still got. Does he look like he's fucked up? What. There's a chance for you to take it back. Just tell me what the real witness is. Let's go back. It's I can edit this out. I'll figure it out. We can just pause the recording right here.
Sylvan
You misread
takes
the
the
notes.
podium.
All right, let's go back. Okay, it's Kafiri's cousin, Drafiri. Uh,
Whoa. Hey.
hey, why am I getting called up?
I just tried to kill you last night.
Oh, okay, continue.
Sylvan, promptly scarred. Horribly scarred from when you last saw him. Walks in, looks prime in health, and he looks you right in the eye, takes his podium stand, and he says, "That's not him. No, he wasn't purple."
Hmm. Yeah, he was straight to the point.
The prosecutor looks at him and looks at you and says, "That that's no, we've confirmed his identity." Sylvan looks at you, matter-of-factly. "He looks like him, but he's different. I'm not sure if this is the same guy. I killed him. I'm guilty. I did it." And the prosecutor suddenly realizes a grave mistake has been made. Yep, he turned tail, and Kafiri plotted to kill all of us. I understand that I might have made a mistake bringing a number of rookies and recruits deep into the deserts with me, and I felt that I could handle any threat that they couldn't. I thought there was a chance that Kafiri could have fallen, but I did not expect to be ambushed in my own territory. And I will say now that we were deceived. I am aware of how Set does things, how he corrupts our young Magi and forces them to make impossible decisions. I'm aware of his sacrifice rituals. Kafiri was sent to kill the people she cared about most. And that's not to besmirch her character. I don't know the details of what he told her. I know that I saw my best friend's son try and run out of fear. And I knew that if I was taken down, he easily would have fallen to the sons of Set and Kafiri. She would have taken his life. And she would have become something different from what she has become now. And I look at you, fake Isaiah, not believing that you are who you say you are.
You think I believe
And I
that you're
say,
here, you bitch? No, I didn't say bitch, but you know what I mean.
yeah, there's a little banter. I look at you, and I do not apologize for striking you down. I took a gamble, hoping that that would stifle Kafiri's advancement amongst Set's disgusting creatures. I knew there was a good chance I would fall the same way Rashad once did. And that I would meet my judgment in the city of the dead before Osiris. Never did I think I would walk again amongst the living. And I tell you right now, I will never apologize for doing what I believed was correct in my heart of hearts. If you are Isaiah, I hope you have become a better person. However, I doubt it because the color purple is terrible, and he would never pick that color.
Okay. All right. I look towards the judge and I say, may I respond?
Sandhorn nods and says, have you anything to say, Isaiah?
Well, take this testimony with a grain of salt because this is fake Isaiah and not real Isaiah, supposedly. And I look at Sylvan with the closest thing to fuck you eyes that I have.
He raises a brow.
And I say, while I will not waste the court's time questioning on how my former captain was brought back from the dead or anything like that, I will respond to supposedly Captain Sylvan's testimony by saying that he did the right thing that day. And I definitely had that coming to me. And it taught me more than I could even put into words. The only reason why I'm here after all of this time was from the lesson that Sylvan taught me in that moment. And while the repercussions of that day still affect me and still, in some respects, haunt me, as given by the trial of Kafiri, I think the court, maybe the court doesn't believe, but I know that I believe that since that day, I have become an incredibly better person and force for good in not only the eyes of the gods, not only the eyes of my people, but in the eyes of the people around the world. From Romy's Hill to Eastfulgin to the Duat and many more places. But I don't deny anything that Sylvan said happened that day, any of the choices that I made, or anything like that. He is right. He is right. Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Sylvan.
You hear Sylvan speak up. You heard him. He admitted to it. He's not the real Isaiah. This whole thing was a sham. I can't believe this. Wait. It might be him.
God.
If I came back, he could come back. Maybe. Everyone's ignoring him, and you hear Abek audibly say, "Shut up!"
Oh, great guy. Anyways.
He looks back at Abek. He's like, "I'm captain." He's like, "You're not a captain. You're a corporal at best now. You died."
Demoted. Demoted. Dunked on. Anyways.
Uh, but yes, the prosecutor is absolutely furious, tearing her hair out with her one hand. Uh, your defense attorney is tallying a very large bill, adding damages from violence last night to the situation. And Sandhorn is saying and taking the testimony from you and Sylvan, forming it in the magical essence that you know it to be in the past, and it disappears promptly. You are escorted outside. And you are placed on top of a large standing stone. And the three huntresses form around you. And they eventually move the brush of their hair out of their face. And you look upon them. And they are very beautiful and peaceful looking
Oh,
individuals.
wood.
They put a hand in the air, and from the testimonies that were all gathered, the three witnesses of yours and Adalia's, arrows are formed. And these arrows fill their quivers, one arrow each. And you know, without them telling you, that they are going to shoot you with these arrows.
Okay.
Your survival depends on the testimonies. And you feel peace. Now tell me, how does Isaiah think these arrows will affect him? As all
Badly.
three are shot at once.
Yeah, badly. I think it's not going to feel great. Um, but I think the juxtaposition of my feelings compared to the confrontation with Kifiri is kind of night and day. It's kind of like so much anxiety and adrenaline with the confrontation of Kafiri, what was at stake, what was involved, um, the lack of preparation, the baggage carried into that situation. And here, while do I like getting shot? Not necessarily, no. But I think what Isaiah thinks about is that this is resolution for something he's so deeply held onto for so long, and that I will get shot, and whether I live or die, that shooting is my people's way of saying it's okay to let go now. And that makes me feel deeply at peace. And so I
You
stand
feel
up straight, I put on my brave face,
Okay.
Puff my chest out. Maybe I stand a little sideways so it's a little harder to hit me.
I mean, they're trioing you, so it's a little hard.
Okay. I'm gonna I'm gonna take the dodge action. Um
Okay. All right.
and I just stand there, puff out my chest, and brace myself. That's where I'm at with it. Let's do it. Rip the band-aid off. We had a run.
All right. I would like you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
And this is where God gives me a nat one.
Perfect.
Okay. A natural 2 for an 8.
Okay. I would like you to give me a Wisdom saving throw now.
Okay. Ooh, a lot better. 23.
23. Okay. Now, give me a Charisma saving throw.
A 15.
15. Isaiah, you see the arrows coming, and the fear is worse than the pain. It makes the pain worse because you thought it would be worse, as anyone normally would. It is, you are being shot with an arrow. Your life flashes before your eyes, and you feel your spirit leave your body only for a moment. And then you wake up.
Where am I? Naked?
You are not naked, luckily enough. You have 3 new scars. You feel better. You feel like you finally have a chance to be free from the guilt that's been weighing upon your shoulders for so long, but it's still there. You have a chance to move on, and you look around. You're not in the oasis anymore. You seem to be on a coast.
Hmm.
You take a deep breath of the air. You're in the northwestern coast of Ubaxi, near Chiraku.
Oh shit. Am I in my original body?
You look at your hands. No,
Okay.
not the original body,
Is there anyone near
but
me? Do I hear anything?
you hear what sounds to be maybe over a hill. Heavy breathing of a large animal.
Oh, it's Mowgli. 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 Mowgli.
You peek the hill and you see what looks to be a campfire, a man outside of it, and a large griffin that's settled down for the night.
Oh shit.
You smell roasted meat, and the griffin spots you immediately, and you see what looks to be a really weird uh, little figurine that's kind of mm, mm, pointing in your direction. Mm, mm, mm. As the man at the campfire looks over in your direction and says, "Oh, son of Jabaxi, you've awakened."
Where am I?
This man stands up fully and he looks in your direction. He looks familiar, but it's hard to place him. He's dressed in a breastplate, a long cloak that's kind of dull and gray, a spear with a helmet, a large horsehair mohawk on it. And he looks at you and he says, "Well, I was told to come to get you, and I was hoping you knew where we were. I don't suppose you know the direction of Pharos."
Um, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. So I just got done with my trial, and I am here, and here is nowhere near Pharaoh. So I'm just trying to do the math here of what's already transpired.
Uh, it's been maybe half a day or so. The trial was concluded, which banished everyone from the oasis that didn't need to be there. And I guess a certain argument was broken out between the witnesses and some of the others. But Diver gave me this little figurine addressing it that looks like you and it's going and pointing in your direction mm, to find you.
Don't I remember this doll? I got a little figure of Isaiah at some point.
You did. You had a figurine that was similar to you. You are familiar with the technology.
I've seen this tech before. Um, Let me see here. Can I do a history check to see if I recognize this man?
Uh, Roll a history check.
That is going to be a 15.
15. You met this man once before. He was younger, obviously. And at this point in time, you definitely recognize the Jubaxi heritage in him that you didn't necessarily see before because he was covered in armor. And promptly stabbing you and Tangith with a spear uh, in a campsite at the base of Romy's Hill. This
No
is the Annex
shit.
Shifo Bayless,
Shifo Bayless.
mostly unarmored and looking at you with kind of a jealous look on his eyes.
Shifo Bayless. Aren't you a little too important to be taking time off on the Jabaxi coast?
Well, Celia was not very kind in terms of leaving me alone after I had my fair share of war. So I thought I'd come home to my family with refugees and Diver since she was so interested in learning more about a certain someone. Raising a brow.
Mm.
I will admit, I did not expect Jabaxi to be this way. I spent too few years here to have any real memories of it. But Diver sent me to find you, and even though I left Salia to avoid war, seems like Adalia has another thing in mind. So, you look alive.
I do look alive. I would like to have my things, and I don't know. I'm just I don't know if I should be taking this in or not. Are you here to help us?
I am here to bring you home. I have met your mother, and I do not wish to incur her wrath.
All right, well, if we're doing that, then you got to trade. I have to meet your mother as well. So we'll find an open weekend and we'll set up like a little potluck thing.
I think that would be lovely. So, are you ready to fly?
I don't think I've ever ridden a griffin before, so pardon me if I get motion sickness.
Do it off to the side if you can.
Okay. I take one last look off the coast. Take a deep breath. Smell some of the sea salt. Tastes like a fresh start. And I hop on the griffin.
And you guys take your journey from there. And we will pick it back up next session.
All right, Ray. Welcome back to our favorite segment part of the session where we talk about our favorite parts, our least favorite parts, our favorite surprises, our least favorite surprises, why we liked some things, why we hated some things, all that type of fun stuff. So, Ray, I'll ask you, what was your favorite part of the session? What caught you off guard? Tell me how you're feeling.
Well, there's a lot of good stuff, I think, that went on about this session. Uh, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of just like ad-libbed what I felt like Sylvan would be like, necessarily. It's been a while since I've read his dialogue, so I'm like, what if he's just kind of aloof and very matter-of-factly? I feel like that fits him kind of good.
I think you just getting the matter of factly part was all that you needed to get right. The aloof part was, I think, some sauce that was appreciated. I think he would be aloof after being dead too. He's
Yeah,
not really there. He's there, but he's not
yeah.
all there.
Like, it takes a toll, man, and yeah, I felt like it was good that you decided to try and, meditate and, you know, actually go after and fight back against Apophis, because I'm like, hey, I'll just give him a little world building here, and then it's like, no, I want to fuck with him a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, fuck that guy.
Look, if there's divine senses to be burned, and I think you had alluded to it in a last session or something like that, like where you're like, if I roll well enough, I can kind of fuck with him or something like that. I feel like I remember that conversation happening to some extent.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it's like, I'm on trial. I don't know what's gonna happen. This guy is also fighting my dad and my dad, so I would want to help him in any way I can. So let's just burn these divine senses. It could probably bite me in the ass, but also, fuck you, we ball. So, fuck it, we ball was the solution, and I don't know what outcome that changed, if it changed anything, but I like that I did it. It felt cool.
Yeah. Like, I had full plans on having Apophis show up, like, towards the maybe the middle of the end or the end, and be like, all right, here's a third party. Get ready, everybody.
Yep.
And whatever form he might show up in now is definitely going to be lesser
Yeah.
and nowhere near the same.
Good. Good. Yeah. I like that. I like the idea that Isaiah is like a force for good, and he honestly wants what's best for most people. But with this situation with Apophis and his body, that's where he gets his vindictive, like, ooh, I'm gonna give you what you want, big boy. You like darkness? Let me take the lights out. And I just gouge my own eyes out. Like, I was like, I fuck with that idea. Like, that's when we get Dark Isaiah, which is the only way you could probably have it when you have a force that's so obviously diametrically opposed. Like, it's like, then you can kind of shoot for the fences and it's low risk. Um, so yeah, I was like, yeah, let's do it. So I love that part. I love that part. I was shocked that I think the Eye of Horus in Rashad's eye. I think that was if that wasn't a reveal, that was a reminder of something that I had forgotten. So that was really cool for me.
Yeah, that
Um,
was a reveal that we showed off when he first showed up, because it's always apparent. It's very blue, and he found it in Eastfulgen.
that's what he likes to tell us.
Yeah.
Um, no, I did like that. But yeah, the Omlin fight was cool. I liked the hunt, the assassination attempt. I didn't know how you were going to handle the assassination attempt, so I didn't know how anal I should have been with the preemptive measures. But then I was like, Isaiah's just corny enough to invite an assassination attempt on him. So I was like, okay, so I let me just invite the assassination attempt. But where I was kind of leading with it was like, I wanted to steer the grandpa to be like, if you're truly, and at first I thought it was the dad, so that's why I said that at the beginning because I didn't know if it was grandpa. But I was like,
Yeah.
if you want to kill me for the purpose of avenging your daughter and vindicating her, that's fine. But at least give her the respect of allowing her to witness it. And then I was trying to, artificially create a moment where he would take me to her room, be like, "Hey, Kafiri, we're getting this shit back in blood," and she says, "Don't," and she convinces him to stop the assassination attempt. So I was like, "Let me set up that cool moment because that's the only way Isaiah could feasibly get out of this," and then I got dragged out of the room and shit just went down. I didn't know it was going to be a full blown invasion. I thought it was just going to be like two or three people. They're going to ignore literally everyone else and just try to get to me. But like it was like no, it was an onslaught. So that was something that I did not expect and I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, once you piss off a wizard, and especially a family, because you wrote in the lore, they're like, oh, she came from a family of wizards, and I'm like, okay, how can I do this? I'm like, there's gonna be some that are like pretty cool with her, there's gonna be some that wanted her as an apprentice, blah blah blah, so on and forth. And I'm like, hey, what if this whole trial thing happened, her horrible diminutive form was being, displayed from this trial for those who were seeing it. They're going to take that with the utmost disrespect possible. Like, they will absolutely not stand for this. They don't care if Adali is on the other side of that. It's on. It's on, bro. He's got to pay.
Yeah. Um that was some good shit. That was premium shit. What else did I fuck with? The ease out portion of the trial. I'm gonna be honest. I looked through my notes before the session today, and I
Good.
really tried to like filter my mind and be like, okay, skip all the notes, only find portions of the notes where I wrote down Izzo, and very very limited notes I took on Izzo. So I'm like, oh, is there something that's going to come up from the past where I did something and I forgot about him or I didn't involve him or include him or something like that? Because I was like, he's underrepresented in my notes. So I'm like, am I just fucked? Like, I don't know what he's going to say. And so I was nervous about that. And so him bringing up that whole portion of the trial, I thought it was important. It was cool. I was freestyling how to get out of that. I was like, what would I say in this situation with what he's calling out? And I did throw out the angel eyes as like a ooh deflection, like ooh maybe you'd want to focus on that. But I also just wanted to highlight like Tank, Ro, Isaiah, like very chaotic group.
Yeah.
Just in the way of like very uncoordinated, not aligned. We weren't like hyper chaotic, like deep on the chaotic spectrum, but even with our differing levels of lawfulness, whether it's lawful good, lawful neutral, lawful evil, whatever the case may be, it didn't gel together in a way that like made things pretty predictable in terms of how we handled situations as a team. So shit just went left and right at almost every single point. And so I wanted to highlight that of just like, hey, this group, we went left and right every which point. That doesn't necessarily agree with my character, but it still happened. So I won't deny it happened, but this was a kind of everyone was culpable. The wrong place, wrong time, wrong situation. I was also influenced by the angel eyes, ooh, all that type of stuff. So I did my best there. I was nervous though. I was shitting bricks. I'm like, what's he got on me?
That was very smart to mention them because I'm like, oh, I've really put a lot of emphasis on these angel eyes, really hating the fact that you existed. Like so early on. I was like, hey, they're like, hey, if he's here, we're gonna manipulate him. We gotta use him for something.
Yep.
Kill Faden Ward. Kill
Yep.
Faden Ward. He's a traitor.
Exactly. So I was like, I know that that's gonna get me out, and I had contemplated. I'm like, is he gonna pull out any other people that were on Romy's Hill there? So I saw some notes on like Faden Ward and other individuals. The person that was giving birth up there. I was like,
Yep.
Am I gonna have to testify against all of these folks up there? But no. I certainly did not see you bringing up Captain Sylvan, and I know you said that I could never guess who you were gonna call up,
Yeah.
but yeah, I absolutely you were right. I mean, obviously, I absolutely could not call that you were gonna bring up Captain Sylvan. That was um, a deep surprise. I knew you were gonna save your big punch for last. Like I knew that this was a wind up. Like start out strong with Kafiri. Let's have a little soft middle one, and then let's just knock him out with the third. And that Captain Sylvan reveal was very cash. I definitely enjoyed it. I hated it because fuck you. But also, I think it makes the most sense. Like, even though I was trying to wrap my head around, like, how is this even possible? And then I'm like, well, I'm alive. So there's probably ways of getting other characters alive even if they're dead. Like, that's not really what we have to think about here. But when we think about what Isaiah's character closure needs and the scope of what he grovels about all the time and always falls back on, um, it is the only person you can really bring up there. I mean, I guess technically you could bring Zek or Nolesh from the dead, but
Mhm.
you would not get as much of a profound effect as just getting Captain Sylvan, who's like, "Yep, I fucking did it." Um, so
That
that
fucking meant
was
to.
like obvious. It's a smart choice. It's not an obvious choice, but it's a smart choice, and it was really cool. It was surprising. It was, I think, very respectfully well handled. I think Captain Sylvan is one of those characters that I think of the backstory would want to be handled right, and I think you did handle him really right. So that was very cool. Um, and yeah, fuck you, man.
Yeah. I thought, it's only fair that the inclusion of Captain Sylvan also draws up the question of why is Rashad Amun's greatest enemy?
Why is Rashad Amu's greatest enemy?
The wish that was facilitated with the Jinn to bring you back to life has to be balanced with a wish towards his greatest enemy. And Rashad was given that wish, not what we would originally have thought would be, Set, or maybe even Apophis.
Okay, so you're saying how I got brought back, just for clarification, was a wish spell that forced Horus and Osiris to figure out a system to bring me back to life, but that came
No, no,
with.
no, no.
Okay.
this is post tense. The hand. You grew from the hand.
Oh, the hand comeback.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay. I thought you were talking
not
about the
that.
inciting event. Okay, okay, okay. Um. Oh, so he gave a wish to Amun, and Amun is currently allegedly with Set right now. Oh fuck!
No, no, no. Amun got the wish. Rashad got the wish in response, and Rashad, not understanding the real ramifications and responsibilities of it, wished for his friend back.
Okay, that's real shit. So, oh,
But you have to wonder now, why is Rashad considered Amun's greatest enemy?
I can't imagine that the Eye of Horse has something to do with it. But also, I know that you've done a really good job, although kind of like a in the background, it's like a slow burn. But you've kind of I mean, my backstory kind of goes into it too, but you've really built Rashad as him. Like, he is him. You don't
Oh,
fuck
he
with that
is.
guy.
He
Um,
is.
which is really cool. So, I like the idea of Amun having like a different level of respect for that type of opposition. And I think that's it's certainly something to think about. It's very compelling. Um, and I would have to mull over it just because I just associate Amun with just somewhat all good just because he's the light and then Apophis is just the fucking asshole. But I guess they're both assholes in their own respects. It's just that one has a way better marketing department than the other.
Yeah.
But no, that's really cool shit. I also wanted to highlight one other cool thing about this session was that I really fucked with all the backstory stuff that you gave to Adelia. I thought that was really cool and contextualized her character in a way that I really appreciated. And I definitely thought she was supposed to be the one note villain for the purpose of we need to have a human kind of bureaucratic governing kind of evil entity that you can kind of work against and have a pretty obvious like okay, I know that this person has it out for me, blah blah blah. But it's a lot more nuanced than that now, and in fact it might not even be that remotely with this whole situation. So I think how you handled the Dahlia was really cool, where it's like at the last moment she's like, "Ooh, not what you actually think, buddy." I do think it calls into question like the nature of her gig being so cagey and having her play it close to the vest because I think I've proven myself to be an asset. I think I've proven to myself that I don't fuck with Set at the very least. So like, what's up, bro? Like, include me in the plans. Like, have me in the group chat. Whatever the case may be. But nonetheless, I still wanted to highlight that I thought that was a really cool part of the session.
Yep, I tried my best with her because I'm like, oh, I don't want her to seem so run of the mill, which, run of the mill isn't always bad, but I'm like, this is a lady who's supposed to be in charge, and I'm like, what's the best version of someone who is gonna create a full blown all out war, uh, and, a death driven lifestyle, extending her own life perpetually as long as she can? Who's going to be better at doing so than someone who actually used to be, fallen with Set in the past? Someone who's got really, really wronged by him and really felt that full burn, but recovered enough to really put the gas on the fire and be like, you're going to get burned too now, you fuck.
Yeah, um, it was awesome. It was awesome. Yeah, no, if I really think back on it, I don't think there was a moment that I was like, oh, and obviously bringing back Shifo Bayless.
Yep.
That was a cool little, wake up after the indictment and on the coast and having the Griffin and Shifo Bayless. That was cool. It was a cool soft reset. I think I really don't have much of any complaints for the session. Not that I even really do usually, but when I think back on it, There was a lot of cool moments, cool feelings, sentiments, monologues. It was very monologue heavy this episode.
Yeah.
It kind of has to be. This is the story fulcrum, kind of, and there's still plenty more story to go where we have to cover, kind of the climax and final act and stuff like that. But this is a lot of, yeah, we're dealing a lot emotionally. We're confronting a lot of things. So, no, I fucked with this episode heavy, and yeah, shout out eye gouging. Shout out.
I think this will work out very pleasantly towards the end now because we're going to be going into what is essentially the final arc, and it'll be obviously combat heavy.
Yep.
It's not going to end without bloodshed, 100%. So we'll make up for the lack of action that's been around, and hopefully we probably won't do it in one session, but maybe we can do it in two, and then that will be the end.
Yeah, that works for me. I definitely am glad that I did the eye gouging stuff because I knew that this whole you having to have a climax where it involves Apophis piloted body that's, full strength, and then Set is like, how do you even really make that fair in a way that makes sense? So
I have them attack both of you.
that's what I'm saying. Like, even in my mind, I'm like, man, that's gonna suck. I'm definitely losing some friends. I'm probably gonna get smoked. Like, maybe I die a third time or something like that. So I was like, I gotta get some type of lick on Apophis. Like, and so that's why I was like, what's an easy attack that you can do if I possess someone's body? Okay, just control the arms, and let's get in there and let's just do a little bit of damage. And I only wanted to tickle the eyes. Thank God that you shouted out the 5th level smites when you were doing your telegraphing, because I was like, oh. And then you called it out, thankfully. I was like, oh, this is going to be great. Let me steal a little 5th level smite for myself and put it right in the back of my noggin.
Yep.
I fucked with it heavy.
Yeah, I think we got a good ending coming up. I think the stage has been set for the most part. Set.
You keep saying it.
No, every time we say set, it triggers me for a split second, and then I move on because we gotta move on. It's such a common thing to say too. Like, it's ridiculous.
It is.
It's ridiculous.
You're not really accidentally slipping in Apophis in conversation, so yeah, I understand.
No, much harder to do. We'll do it one day.
One day. All right. Well, then in that case, I'm going to let everyone go here. Thank you, Ray, for a great session. Thank you for your time. And thank you all for listening. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for going to join the Patreon and the OnlyFans.
Yeah. Tell us why you're here. Why? Why would you listen to this?
Yeah, if you listen to...
What's going on in your life?
If you got to this part of the episode, please comment free baby oil.
Oh.
And then
accurate with the times.
Yeah.
Very accurate.
Yep. And we'll talk to you in the next episode. And this is Scout's Honor. Me and Ray, we're making a blood pact right now in this moment. You can see it right now. Blood pact right now. The next session will not be in 2 months. It will be sooner than 2 months.
It certainly will.
It'll be in October at some point. I have a Hawaii trip in October, but when I come back, we'll have a session. Anyways, thank you, everyone. Talk to you later. Bye.